Well, hello, everybody. Oh, I got to turn the comments on there. There we go. Hey, what's going on? It's another Sunday, well, kind of afternoon. Bright and shiny 4 o'clock here in Idaho. How's everybody doing? It looks like we got, oh, I know there was some in here earlier before this all happened here, but there we go. Mr. Bruce Coltigan, what's going on? Great to see you. Yeah, that one in that car in the thumbnail, it's actually my 58 Fairlane Club sedan. I chose that one because a little while back somebody was asking me about the differences between a club sedan and a regular Fairlane or a Fairlane 500. You kind of see it in that picture of mine. Mostly it's the trim package. The club sedan has got that big scallop trim piece, kind of, I call it kind of like a Corvette, and the fins are a little bit more pronounced on them than on a Fairlane. But other than that, they're pretty much the same car. And the Fairlane got more attention. Also, it looks like a hardtop, but it's not. It's got a little itty bitty B pillar in there. That's the other difference between in a club sedan and the Fairlane, because the Fairlane did come in a hardtop. Anyway, we'll get over all that. That sounds like a pretty cool 59 that you had there, though. ASO, Auto Salvage Outlaws. What's going on, brother? Always wanted a 59 Ranchero, though. Oh, good Lord, they are beautiful, aren't they? Scarlet the Four-Eyed Cuda. Great to see you, man. Unfinished project, or as I like to say, up. What's going on? Great to see you. And congratulations on winning that over at Busted Radio Garage. We knew you was going to win something. Good to see you, man. And our good friends from the land of North. What's going on, Eric? All the way from Norway. Great to see you. Philip the Third. Hey, my new friend over in, it looks like you're down in Texas, if I remember right. Great to see you, man. And that little small block looks like you might have got a hold of a good one. Everybody go and check out Philip Third. He's just getting started out, but go check out some of the cool stuff he's got going on. Well, would you look at there? Ollie's Garage. Great to see you, brother, man. Some updates on the channel here. Next week, I'm really hoping to start doing the lives out in the shop again. For some reason or another, Idaho decided to take it easy on us this year. It almost got 60 degrees. That's almost unheard of this time of year. So I got an extension cable for the webcam. I'm going to try to do a live out in the shop, welding in my cross member into my 58 300. I'm going to try it. Never run a 30-foot USB extension from the camera. It'll kind of be an experiment. I'm hoping to have it done for next Saturday. I'll do a earlier live on Saturday, and you get to see me get some metal hot, hopefully. Anyway, that's my quick little channel update. With this nicer weather, I think everything will work out in the shop. Mr. Terry Grover, what's going on, everybody? All the Grover boys. Great to see you, man. Oh, Northwest Florida. Okay. I have a friend that moved over your way. He retired and he left Oregon. He got over and he bought property over there in Northwest Florida. Let's see, who else we got in here? Neverboard S10 Addict. Great to see you, man. Anyway, like any other of my Sunday Lives. It's an open mic. You see the little link up there at the top of the chat. Go ahead and click her. Come on in. We'll talk about anything you want to talk about. And sometimes it sure beats all that typing and stuff. You're thinking of selling your 14.5 acres? Oh, how come? 14.5? Sounds like you got a pretty good sized little plot over there. But that's what I've been doing, and I'm just itching to get back out there. Dad's back, and he's doing a little better, so it frees up a little extra time. And yeah, been kind of lazy. Had a whole big old mess of cabin fever. And Landing Custom Classics. What's going on, man? He's been hard at work on that the new Thunderbird of his, the 68. Yeah, it sounds like the neighbors have got the Harleys out. It's unusual in Idaho to be this warm. I ain't complaining any. But the scary thing is I walked out back and checked on my apple trees. They're actually starting to come alive, and that's scaring the ever-living bejesus out of me, because we get about 3 or 4 more days like this. They're going to open up, and then we're going to get hit with that big wet snow we always get hit with in March. And it when the trees just start to come alive, they can't handle that kind of weight, and oh Lord, it causes havoc around here. I'll be using more chainsaw gas than I will car gas cleaning things back up. Tell me all the reasons why I shouldn't buy a 76 F250 high boy with a beat and rotten body. I can't think of any reasons why not to buy it. They're asking too much for it. That's the only one I can think of. A 76 F250. Has it got the FE in it or a 335? I'm guessing the 400 with a 2-barrel on it. It's kind of funny. My cutoff for Chevy is 72. I'm not a big fan of the square bodies. When I was growing up, the square body was the junk truck, and had quite a few of them. But the 72 down in the Chevy, I just like that body style a lot better. Ford, on the other hand, I like them all the way up till they went to the bull nose. Yeah, see, crowd's behind you. But this mystery small block will give me something new to tinker with. Yeah, like I said, I think you done got a pretty good one there. And the beauty of the small block Chevy is, they're just dirt cheap, and you can do anything you want to do with that 010 block. It's just an open canvas to one of the best foundations that Chevrolet ever put out. In fact, the hardest thing to do with a small block Chevy of those years is do something different, because everybody's done it. FE disc front low pinion 44. Dana 60 rear, 4-speed, 410 gears. You done talked yourself into it right there, Ollie. For you, it's anything 73 and up. And it's weird. Like 5, 6 years ago, square bodies around here were just a dime a dozen. It wasn't nothing to find them for $500, even still running. But nowadays, holy cow, they have turned right around. The ones you got to be careful with, though, is the 73, because they don't have drip rails in them. For some reason, they thought it was a good idea to take the drip rails off. Well, after a few years, that rubber wears out, and yeah, it runs the water right into them. Good Lord, a 73 will rust out. Even here in Idaho, we stayed clear of them because it would all puddle up right on the front cab corners and cab mounts. And good night, it would just rust that floor out to nothing right there. And pretty soon the cab will. Hey, Bad Attitude C10. Good night. It's good to see you, man. If any of you haven't checked out his channel, go and check him out. He is the Nitro King and one heck of a great guy. Nitrous oxide. Yeah, for me, it was so overdone here when we were growing up. It just, everybody had a square body. Because they were just so dang cheap. Good Lord. My dad's had quite a, well, I still have one. I have a, what is that, 88? 1 ton sitting out there. It's a square body. One of the, the last years of them, just before they went to the OBS, I guess they're calling out. One of these days, I got to pop the intake off of that. I'm going to switch it over to a carburetor. It's got the throttle body injection. I just despise that. Envious Car Club Creation, or Envious Creations Car Club. Good Lord, I always mix your name around like that. Great to see you, man. I have nowhere to put it. That's the problem. Oh, it's pickup. You can put another one in the back of it. It's fine. But it keeps saying me, take me home, please. Don't let somebody do that to me. I know what you mean, man. What I mean to say is that I'm not interested in any engine made after 73. I don't like the no lead engines. Yeah, but in the Chevy, the blocks pretty much stayed the same. It's just everything they put inside of them and the heads. They went to the big open chambers. Hey, they dropped the compression down to nothing. But the good thing is you take all that stuff off and throw all the pre-72 stuff in it, and there you go. You're right back in the game again. A lot of people say hot rodding died in the 70s and 80s, but I beg to differ. I always said that the 70s and the 80s were the prime time for hot rodders because we all knew those tricks, and you couldn't just go to the dealership and buy you a fast car. You were lucky to get 200 horsepower from anything out of a dealership. So if you knew the tricks or you knew a good machinist, oh Lord, us poor boys could compete with the rich boy high pocket dealer racers. I love the 70s and 80s. I think they were our golden years of hot rodding. Good Lord, an IROC Camaro came with a 305 in it. Yeah, the 80s were rough. Make sure I didn't miss anybody here. I like the look of the square bodies, at least up to 79. After that, the front end got ugly. Yeah, especially with the dual headlights and then the square headlights. Yeah, just, I don't know. '87 is the last year. I thought for sure that one up there was '89. Of course, it's a strange one too. It's got single headlights in it, but it's also got a 13-foot flatbed on it. It was special ordered by a lawn tech company, a landscaping company. Very good friend of mine. That's also why it's only got a 350 in it, because he thought it'd save him a whole lot of mileage. And it used to have a spray rig and all the tanks and stuff on it. Then he sold it to another good friend of mine that owns a sign company, and he put a ladder on it, great big hydraulic extension ladder for putting up the billboards and signs and stuff. And then when I got it, well, my dad got it from him, and then I got it from my dad. It's the way stuff works here. We just kind of trade stuff around everywhere. But I got it, and then I drove it to Mill Creek and had them just lift the ladder off after I stripped everything off of it, all the hydraulic rams and everything out of it, and sold the ladder, the extension ladder. It was like a 16 footer, and all the outriggers that used to be on it and all that stuff. I just sold that all to scrap. It ended up pretty good money out of all of that. Now I use it I used to use it to haul hay with. Now, I don't know, I'm thinking about making a car hauler out of it. That 13-foot bed and all the hydraulics that I pulled off of the extension ladder, I'm thinking I'm going to try to make a rollback car hauler with it. Of course, if I do that, I better jump that poor little 350. Ain't going to be good enough for that. But again, that's one of the beauties of a Chevy. It's the exact same bell housing pattern for a small block or a big block. So you just pull one out and stick the other one back in. Motor mounts are easy to even put back in. It's just, yeah, I love Chevy for compatibility. That's for dang sure. '87 is the first year of the L05 throttle body 350. One of the bad things, though, is I believe it's got 456 gears in it, because, yeah, 55, she's turning about 3,500 RPM at 55, 60 mile an hour. So she's pretty low in the rear. Because of that, it was underpowered. But it's got low mileage on it because it always had such big, heavy equipment on it. They didn't want to take it out all the time. It was only used when it needed to be used. So the mileage on it's actually pretty good. This will be my third Chevy small block rebuild, 2 Pontiacs and 1 Ford 302. Oh, sweet. Small block Pontiacs or big block Pontiacs? The 70s and 80s were the pinnacle of hot rodding. Totally agree. Yep. In fact, the late 60s, I almost discount them because you can get some pretty hot cars straight from the dealer. Adam just sent me a picture. He has the heads all tubbed and ready to go on the 350 after he built. Sweet. They're doing a kind of a 2-lane blacktop kind of tri-fi Chevy. You guys got to go check it out. It is one cool build. My grandpa's 78 square body is at my place now. Yeah. The 1 ton stayed until 89. Yeah. There was a lot of crossover stuff like that. I think they just used whatever they had laying around. And the interior in that truck is, I mean, beyond basic. It had the factory AM only radio in it. That's how basic that interior is. And the air conditioning that always works. Wing windows. The only time it doesn't work is when you're sitting still. Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure that's what it was. The OBS GMT 400 pickups, I think, have a better ride and handle better. Yeah, but there's a lot of plastic in them. Is the only That's the only drawback for me on the OBSs. My dad's got one, uh, 90, 92, but it's a horrible half ton. It's got the 4.3 V6 in it, a 4.3 V6 and a 4-wheel drive, full size half ton pickup. Yeah, it's yeah. It's hard to do pickup stuff with that. Leave it to cousin Mike. Colleen Tivo, what's going on? Good to see you. Blake. Uh-oh. Did I miss Blake? Blake's comment there? I grew up with a 91 square body Suburban across the street. I had a love-hate relationship with it back then. I It woke me up every Saturday morning. Oh, that old rattling diesel. My dad, oh, years ago. In fact, I was still in high school. I was over at my godfather's house and he bought 83 big dually, the one with the actual dually, with the fender flares and everything, not a utility dually where the duals sit inside, the big wide stance one. Big old Chevy truck. And he pulled up right after he bought it from a used car lot. Got a smoking good deal on it. But he come pulling up in that thing, and I was like, "Oh, what made you buy a diesel, Dad? Because it was rattling real good and everything." He said, "Nah, it's not." Oh, it had a wore out 454 in it. It sounded like that diesel. Oh Lord. And we pulled it all down, rebuilt it though. It's a heck of a good truck. A little thirsty, like all gases 1 tons are, but it was a pretty good truck. A 350 and a 455, sweet. Those 455 Pontiacs, I'll tell you what, if you're into torque, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, and Buick, they kind of got the corner on torque. 14 bolt, 10.5-inch ring gear differential, and the old Chevy 1-ton. Same as my 97 C25 455 pickup. Full floater rear axle, bulletproof. Yep. In fact, I got to go out and look at it again. I can't remember if my 1-ton out there is a utility or a, I think it is a utility. I don't think it is a wide stance. I hope it's a wide stance because of what I'm going to use it for. The trans that is on my mystery small block, I'm not sure if it's a TA, is a 400 or 700 R4. Oh, I'll have to take a look at it. When it comes to transmissions, though, Mr. John Wilburn. How's it going, John? John knows quite a bit about automatic transmissions. It's kind of his specialty. Mostly does the 904 Mopar, but he does know a whole heck of a lot about transmissions. Oh, dadgummit, that's right. Less plastic than anything built today. Oh, good Lord, you better believe it. Doc Art, the doc is in the house. I see you just dropped your first spring go-kart video. Doc Art is the go-kart master and the guy that can get a little Ford Ranger to really run quick. Good to see you, Doc. Let's see, get caught back up here. OBS 400, GMT 400 is the very last 100% made in USA. You get one is made in USA, camshaft lifters, valve strings, etc. And like I said, it's still the old school foundations on them. Even when they started dropping the Vortex in them. Now the Vortex, I notice now that the LS has come out, you really don't hear a whole lot about the Vortex, but that is one rock solid configuration right there. But the best thing you can do to a Vortex, and I see so few people doing it, but take them to a good machine shop and have those two centers punched, center intake bolts punched and tapped into them. That's the secret to keeping them from spitting that gasket. Even the aftermarket fix ones, yeah, they're kind of, I don't trust them. But Vortex, small block Chevy Vortex heads, they'll outflow camel humps. And yeah, you get a lot of power in them cathedrals. C10 Blake, that's an easy way to remember it. Yeah, if you're looking for pulling power, all of that, it's hard to beat the BOP. Strange they didn't do pickups. The Chevy 14 bolt came out in 73, actually based off the old Eaton Super Differ, made in 39 to 72. I've got a 69 C40 sitting out back, and it's got the old Eaton in it. I wish it had the Dana in it because the brakes on a Dana are easy to come by. But the Eatons had that different uh, wheel cylinders in them and different brake shoes. And well, that's why that 69 is still sitting out back. It's a stock truck. In fact, the guy I got it from, he said he'd sell it to me for the price. It was $900 I gave him for that. But he made me promise that I would leave it stock. I said, well, Danny, it's a stock truck. No matter what I do to it, it'll always be a stock truck. It's got the ramp in the back you pull out and lay down, and the flatbed with the sides for hauling livestock. But what I was going to do with that truck is my square body, I'm pulling the cab and nose off of it and putting that 69 cab and nose down on it. They interchange just like that. It's super easy swap. But that's where that 69 is actually going. It's I'm going to turn my square body into a 69. And that's because that 1-ton flatbed, it's even though it doesn't have many miles on it, because it was a sign truck and because it was the lawn tech truck, well, he kind of took good care of it. But definitely as a sign truck, yeah, you can see where people have dropped tools all the way down on top of it. It's got dents and yeah, it was rode hard and put away wet. In fact, I got one brake in the back on the driver's side that keeps hanging up because it's got a whole bunch of bright red one-shot sign paint that had fallen down and run over the brake drum, and it causes that one brake to hang up all the time. And it looks like a crime scene under there. When you crawl under there and look, it's got big rundown of, like I said, bright red one-shot sign paint. 904, king of an empire the size of a parking spot. I gotta say, that 904, I am so used to a C6. Yeah, it almost takes two people to pick up a C6. A 904, you can grab that one-handed and walk around with it, fully loaded. Well, not quite that much, but good night, they're light. And for as light as they're actually pretty strong transmission. Haven't noticed the difference. Can you tell something about it? Why was the thing with the wider ones not just for looks? Are you talking about the dualies as opposed to the utilities? If so, the dually is made for a wider stance, strictly for towing. That's all it's for. It takes the cab sway out and it helps transfer a lot of the trailer sway, which Uncle Tony is talking about in a good set of videos on how to set up a tow rig. But a dually is actually for that. It helps with trailer sway because of your wider stance and the way it distributes the weight around, especially if you're running a fifth wheel or a gooseneck trailer. The utilities, your outside dual is in the same track as your front tire, so they're a lot narrower. And the reason they do that is because a utility truck was ordered, well, as a utility truck, it's just the cab with no bed, no nothing, just bare frame, and then you put whatever bed you want on it. And a lot of service trucks, like you see with the big toolboxes and stuff on them, they fit down inside of there and keeps you within the 8-foot limit for U.S. roads. That's the reason for that. They'll still handle a lot of weight, but a utility axle, 1 ton, they don't have quite as much anti-sway as a regular full-size dually pickup does, if that makes sense. I guess if I would have just looked a little farther down. I hope that answered it for you. Around here, there's a lot of them. And another big misconception about a dually pickup, if it's a two-wheel drive, and especially here in Idaho where the roads get good and slick and we get a lot of snow, if it's a two-wheel drive dually, park that son of a gun. They are worthless on slick roads. The four-wheel drives, not bad at all. They're okay. But for some reason those duals do not add traction. It's only for weight distribution. Mine out there, even if I throw a 1-ton bale on the back of it, it's still tough to drive around. Well, I can't even get it out of my driveway when my driveway ices up. And it's got good all-season tires on the back of it. Camel hump heads are like the Chrysler X heads. They're fine for nostalgia, but wouldn't pretend they're better. And the bad thing about camels, there's no accessory holes. So you got to use that long alternator bracket for the adjuster, and then it mounts off of the exhaust manifold. So if you run headers, then you got to get more creative, and it'll always come out of plane with the pulley system in it. You'll get belt squeak out of them. There was a couple of camel humps that did have the accessory holes. The 8, I forget the numbers. In fact, I got lucky and I got a set of them. If you want LS, 97 to 2008 would be Corvette LS up to 2011. Train cams made all the valve train parts for the GM. Yet Obama put Mary China in. Train cams in Florida went bankrupt. There's a guy on here called Hubie's Garage. His son actually works for Crane Cams. But yeah, they have downsized like no tomorrow. Or no, whoa. I'm sorry, Hubie. Clay Smith, not Crane. I always get those two mixed up. There was a Pontiac engine put in either Chevy or GMC trucks in like 58, 59. Yeah, there was a lot of cross-pollination in those years. You find it in all of them. The Dodge trucks. Speaking of Dodge trucks, my 57 out there by the VIN is a Hemi truck. It come with the Red Ram, and it's a 1.5 ton truck. Actually, out here, we used to look for that. That was a way to find a cheap Hemi, original Hemis, but it was the Red Rams, not the DeSoto or the Chrysler Hemi. But if you wanted a good nostalgia one, you looked for grain trucks, specifically grain trucks, because grain trucks were only used one time a year, just on harvest, and then they park them, so they were always low mileage. But if you could find one of those early 50s, even into the, I think it was 61 when they actually stopped doing it. I think. No, I'm wrong. It was 59 when they stopped doing them. But it was a good, cheap way to find a red Ram Hemi as you went out looking for a grain truck. Spud trucks, you stayed away from because they're potato harvest trucks. They're running through muddy, rocky, hard fields, and they just got overworked as they were running for harvest. And they kept using them so they could run them from the cellars to the potato plants. So those had a lot more mileage, and it was a lot harder mileage. Whereas you find the grain trucks, like I said, they used them one time a year, and then they park them. And it was all grain fields are nice and smooth. Spud trucks, they're in the muck and the nasty and the gross. Anyway, that was but that 57 of mine, nah, it's got a 69 318 in it. That was the one and only car I ever bought off the internet, price unseen. The guy said he'd deliver it for if I gave him his asking price, which was only $1,200, and he delivered it clear across the state. So I went ahead and bought it. It was worth it for that. I've been seeing all sorts of valve train issues on modern daily drivers. Yeah. It's not just drivetrain issues for like what you would think of, but modern cars are freaking heavy. That little Ford Edge of my wife's, that 2021, it's over 4,000 pounds, and it's a little car. 4,000 pounds in there. I can see why a lot of valve train and, oh, I'm sorry, I read it as drivetrain. Yeah. And the valve train issues, I'm chalking that up to ultra tight tolerances and zero weight oil. They run very lightweight oil, and good Lord, the tolerances have gotten tight. So it don't take much at all wear wise for anything bad to start happening. That's my take on it. I wish I could afford one of those hybrid small block Chevy blocks World Products is making. Use small block Chevy rotating assembly, but LS heads and intake. Kind of fun to mess around with. That would be. You're getting almost as much, though, out of the just standard Vortex. Almost. And the dollar signs a whole lot less because instead of Vortex heads, like I said, since everybody went LS, it used to be Vortex were almost unobtainium. Even if they hit the junkyard, they were asking mint for them. Now they're easy to get a hold of. It's the LSs that their junkyards are asking quite a bit for. Good to see you, JV. How's everyone? Just stopped in to say hi. Working in the shop, though. Cool. You're where I'm supposed to be. Right back at you, brother man. Those blocks are neat. Yeah, that sounds interesting. I have a good friend that bought one. Looked pretty cool. I want to see it go together. That would be interesting. What's the price on them, though? That's like everybody talking about the new Ford Godzilla. Yeah, but you look at the price tags on them and good night. But the price of anything new, prime example, again, is that little Ford Edge. When the engine blew in that on us, they covered it on warranty. Good night. The total bill on that with the new intercooler, because that got that all banged too, and they had to replace the whole works. The whole works, all said and done, 14 grand for a 4-cylinder. No way. I I can build 2 big block Fords for 10 for less than that. No way. No absolutely way for a 4-cylinder EcoBoost. No. I don't even know what that new Godzilla costs, but yeah, I already know it's too much. Crane Cams was contacted by Chrysler, Mopar, and Ford also. We had nearly 100% reliability made in the USA. Not now in China. I've seen a lot of it is shipped into Mexico too. Personally, I'd rather buy it from Mexico. I'd rather it be made here, but I think it's a battle we've lost. Sadly. Very, very sadly. And the way the US workforce has gone now, the companies, not the dedicated workers, but the companies. Too many companies will go into into their workforce and fire everybody that's been there for over 10 years to bring in new guys that they don't have to pay quite so much. So skilled labor in the US is on the big companies becoming kind of a thing of the past. Sad. It is really sad to see. I would race a farmer's grain truck. Well, come on up. I got a 52 sitting right out back there. 52 Chevy grain truck. It's only got 36,000 miles on it, something like that. And I only paid $900 for it. Runs like a Swiss watch. Little 235 straight 6. The cool thing about it though is it's got the I want to say Paxton auxiliary drive on it. What it is a high-low, but it's all square cut gears. They're not splined gears or synchro-meshed or anything like that. They're just straight on cut gears. Now on that auxiliary drive, right now it's set for low, but you can take that and flip it around backwards and run them backwards, and they become an overdrive instead of an underdrive. That's one of the big pluses of that one. You can't shift it on the fly unless you double clutch, but yeah. They had to do something to get that little 235 to haul. Well, I think it's rated at like 3 ton. And it's for a farm truck. So if it's rated for 3 ton, they're going to load it to 30 ton. Does nothing special. Great to see you, man. Don the one-eyed cat. What's going on, brother? And to all of the Englishes. $4,000 for that? Huh. Kevin's Rust. What's going on? Great to see you again this week. I've told him on multiple times if he ever got up here, I would probably give him that 235 if he wanted it. It's the old style one too, with the real tall valve cover. I don't know what I'm going to do with that truck. It's got, well, it's got all kinds of stuff. It's got a hydraulic pump in it because it used to, be a dump bed. Still got all the rams in it. It all works. The bed fell apart because it's all wood. And it didn't hold up over the years. You see the truck every once in a while on my channel. It's a big green 50, I think it's 52. 52, 53, they're hard to tell. In fact, the only difference is the numbers on the speedometer. That's the only difference between a 52 and a 53. Yeah, everything I got's for sale. It would take quite a bit to haul that one away, though. It's got no brakes right now. That's what held it up. I priced wheel cylinders for it, and good night. I think they were, back then when I was looking, they were 170 a piece. And that's what it needs, wheel cylinders. You can't kid them. They're too far rusted out. And master cylinder, it needs complete brakes on it. I bought it for that auxiliary drive and the cabin front end. I was going to put the cabin front end on something else. $366 Chevy big block grain trucks. Supposed to be tough. Turbocharged for 1,000 horsepower, huh? Cylinder walls ported to be 40. Wow. In those ones, everybody around here looked for the GMC with the 302 in it. The GMC stove bolt. 366. I don't remember those. Trying to remember. There was a time period in the early 60s when GMCs were running the big blocks and the Detroit diesels. But the only way those ones you can find are, yeah, you can still find quite a few of them around here because they got parked. They were the 10-wheelers, but it was really a tag axle in the back. They were, of all things, they were like a belt drive for the back set of duals. And those things just got stuck all the time. My dad's got horror stories when he was a kid driving those, because around here come harvest time, that's how a lot of high school kids make a little extra money. The high schools shut down for a week, 2 weeks is what it used to be. And everybody got jobs hauling potatoes out of the fields. You was either driving the truck, which was the good job, or you were on the diggers. Oh yeah, that job sucked. I'd like to use the hoist for hauling firewood. Yeah, look me up. Uh, my email is on my about page. Send me an email. I'll send you my contact info. Between me and Landon, what do you want? We might send you home with a couple trailers full. .366 and 427 tall deck. Okay, yeah. Those were the ones that replaced the ones I was just talking about. Big, heavy torque motors. In fact, that rod, that connecting rod, well, I'll get that down right there, is actually out of a GMC 401, 402, 402 GMC truck motor. One of those tall deck big truck motors. 70, 71, 72. I have to ask Dad again. It was hard to use that. The piston is the same as a 455, but we've only got 7 of them. One of them's no good. In fact, it's gone. So that's what convinced me to go ahead and use it, because 7 pistons, what good are they? But I did save the piston. The rods are different. The rods on these are just a little shorter. Well, hello, Sidewinder. What's going on? I see you got a new video out. Some more cast iron cooking. Full throttle kind of guy. What's going on? You scared that little chihuahua yet? That new FE you got, that 390. I'll bet you dimes for dollars that is 100% brand new, good out of the box. Just like you said in the comment I left you, that looks definitely like it spit the intake, just like that Mercury did on me, and it started smoking like a son of a gun and scared the heck out of them. I'll bet you got a brand new, ready to run engine. I don't know what you gave for it, but you did real good. Dean, our friendly Kiwi. I'm back, just talking to the nurse about my paw. Oh, Lord. I'm sorry. Our thoughts and prayers go out hard for your pop there. Yeah, my dad, he's been in and out of the hospital again. He's got what they call a watermelon belly. And I don't know why they call it that. That sounds like something that's not quite so bad, but come to find out, it's pretty bad. And they can't get the bleeding to stop. He's out for about a week, and then he's got to go right back in. He's bleeding internally in his stomach, but he's back. This time they think they got it all cauterized. Hopefully I can get him back out in the shop. Sometimes marketplace finds are legit. That's right. You got to be quick, though. More and more people are on that. Yeah, there you go. The Buick 401 GMC truck engine. Yep. In fact, it was on a spud truck. That's one that, oh, we dreaded coming into the shop. Trying to do a clutch on one of them is, well, you know all about it, BNR. That's what you do all the time. GMC used Pontiac V8 engines. Yeah. That's when they shared a whole lot of stuff. Holy Toledo, 500 bucks is all for that. And did I see in that video you got a scatter shield bell housing with it? Tell me that's not a scatter shield bell housing you got with it. Because if so, that's $1,000 bell housing you got go with that daggone thing. Thanks, Ollie. Yeah, like I said, he's feeling a whole lot better now. Later, guys. Road trip for some grub. Great seeing you out there, Blake. Thanks for stopping in, man. And everybody who hasn't checked out Bad Attitude C10, go check him out. He's one hell of a cool guy, and he's got a heart of gold. Good seeing you. Correction, he stole that for 500. That's what I thought. Oh man. And he's not too far from you, Ollie. He's just a hop, skip, and a jump over the river. Ed's Machine, what's going on? Great to see you. I pray every day I get to work on a semi truck or one of the 14-ton trucks the boss has. Otherwise, working on Chicago daily drivers, huh? That's something I don't miss at all, working on people's daily drivers. Especially in this day and age. The cars have just gotten so complicated, overly stupid complicated. I mean, when they put a computer in the windshield, or to change a windshield, you got to recalibrate the computer. That's just, yeah, it's gone too far. One of the things that got me though, and I'm going to leave this out there to anybody else. I didn't do a video on it. So anybody else wants a good video idea, probably get you a lot of views. Find you in one of these new modern cars that's got one of those little glass, hammers that you can use to break out your glass if your car goes underwater, whatever reason you might need to do it. But if you look at most modern cars now, they're all laminated glass, not tempered glass. That little hammer ain't going to do you a squat bit of good. You beat on that door glass for days and not get out with it. Those are for tempered glass. But most modern cars now have gone to laminated glass. Same stuff as your windshield's made out of. So when you hit them, they don't turn into diamonds anymore. Your boss runs the largest AAA towing service in Chicago? Oh, yeah, so you get a bunch of them. Yeah, Facebook, you can still find it. And you can still find some on Craigslist too. Don't count Craigslist out. In fact, I'm seeing more deals popping up on Craigslist because most people have switched over to Facebook. And Craigslist is a little bit more complicated for other people from all around. So you don't get the flippers quite so bad on Craigslist. Oh no, I got a phone call as he's driving back with it. Everyone hates diesels but you. I tell you what, when it comes to towing, you cannot beat a diesel. Towing and mileage. I should put it that way. Towing and mileage. You cannot beat a diesel. Good Lord, when you can turn an engine at 1500 RPM just sipping the fuel and packing its own weight all the way down the freeway, yeah, diesel all the way. Van Life Biker, what's going on? Great to see you again. Haven't seen you in a little while. I love the huge diesels. Oh, they're fun until you got to work on them. Everything on a semi truck is heavy. Oh, Lord. The air cleaner's even got some heft to it. The nice thing about a semi truck, though, is you can rebuild them without pulling the engine. That is a good thing. Somewhere I got my sleeve tool. I never understood those. If I'm trapped inside, I'm kicking it out. $600 tail lights on a truck is ridiculous. And it's worse than that. No, good night. I've seen $4,300 for two. Or was that for just for one on the new? And it's a Ford of all things. Yeah. And everybody that's worked on, people's daily drivers knows people don't want to spend money on a daily driver. They want you to do as little as possible to keep it running for the most part. It's hard to do that when they're charging that kind of money for parts, simple parts. Ugh. And that tail light on these new ones controls so many other things that you've got to have it. Yeah, just crazy. Like that Lincoln Navigator I had, it wouldn't shift. You had to start it in neutral, pull the shifter to neutral to get it to start. Once you got it to start, then you could shift it. But once you put it in park, you had to shut it off, put it in neutral, and start it again. I looked everywhere. I searched everywhere to try to figure out what was wrong with that. Come to find out, it was the third brake light on the lift gate. It wasn't out. It was just, it had enough corrosion in it that, I don't know, it wasn't sending a strong enough signal back to the neutral safety switch that, anyway, I pulled it out. I put a new one in it, and then you could shift it, no problem. Also, when you did get it started in neutral and then you did take off, it wouldn't hold overdrive. So that corrosion on the third brake light is what was causing all that. Crazy. I know I've used that example quite a few times, but that's the reason I got that truck for. I traded a lawnmower plow, the snow plow that you put on your riding lawnmower. I traded that and an old wore out propane powered welder, an old one. Traded that and that welder for that navigator. And I got all that other stuff for free. So basically, I got that navigator for free. And then after I fixed that, got that going, it had plug cats on it. So I ended up selling it for $500 just to get it out of here. But I was going to pull the intake off of that and put it on that Expedition, because the Navigator intake is actually bigger than the standard Ford one. It's kind of a semi hot rod swap you can do to the 5.4 Triton. You'll actually look for the Navigator intake. But I didn't want to get involved with that. I knew it would mess up the computer. There's something. I just didn't want to do it. 1911 A1? That's not overkill. That's multi-purpose. That's like a Swiss Army knife. My second favorite handgun of all times. The other one is any single action revolver. It might only pack 6 of them in there, and it takes a little while to load them and unload them. But it's 6 that's guaranteed to come out the end of that barrel. Diesel prices are about to go through the roof. I don't know. I would say, purely my own speculation, it'll be after January that the diesel prices actually do go up. I think there's going to be some politicking, sympathy to try to draw votes. And I think you're going to see some funny things happen with gas and diesel prices coming up. Again, it's my own speculation, and I know nothing about nothing. Just every election year, gas prices kind of do weird things, and so one side or the other can say, look what I did. And then right after it's over with, depending on which way it goes, they generally jump back up. Your 23 Sierra Duramax gets 30. Yeah. That's the beauty of a diesel engine. And pack and weight, I'm sure. It's like my 01 3/4 ton. Actually, it had a 1-ton rear end in it. But it was badged as a 3/4, heavy 3/4 is what they called it. 01 Dodge Cummins, 4-wheel drive, full-size pickup. It was just the rear half door suicide doors, wasn't the full crew cab. But packing 2 trailers, packing doubles, moving a shop. So those suckers were loaded solid and heavy. All the way from here to Spring City, Utah, which is pretty much right in the center of Utah. up over the Wasatch Mountains, passes, all of that. Packing them doubles all the way there, loaded heavy. I got 27 miles a gallon out of that Cummins diesel. But it's because it had the standard transmission, had the 6-speed standard transmission in it. And I used to drive that thing by the tack. I don't give two craps about what other people are doing on the freeway. I drove it by the tack. So that's driving it like an old man. Just enough to keep up with the semis. But riding it like that, she got amazing mileage. I have a CDL, but I'm talking about my half-ton Sierra. Hey, the other BRG, what's going on? That was a great live you had just earlier. A lot of people won some pretty good stuff. And somebody even won a Edelbrock ABS2. Daggum, my favorite carburetor. And in fact, I got to buy another one. I'm thinking of running those on my tunnel ram setup. Mostly because of the ease of them. And I like the fuel distribution on the ABS2 because of that fogger squirter instead of just the straight shot squirters. I think I can get a more even flow with the ABS2s on the tunnel ram. And the fuel outlet is on the right side. The Hollies, I got to work stuff around, and I'm going to run the fuel line, which is already on the passenger side, comes right up, and it'll be right in line for those Edelbrocks. And then, of course, I'll keep those Hollies just in case, because the Hollies I got for it are actually tunnel ram carburetors. They got no chokes on them. They're actually made for a tunnel ram setup. Or I guess I should say dual carb setup. Boy, and you got that right. Has to do with the way a diesel works. That's why they got such a long power stroke, because diesel fuel, you got a lot of energy packed inside of it. Gasoline is pretty quick. Diesel so slow burning, boy, you get a lot of burn out of them. A lot of long, slow, even burn. In fact, we got a 9-liter International V8 diesel. I had loved to do something with that, but the only drawback to it is you can't turbo that one, or I haven't found anybody that knows if you can turbo those. It's in an old Thompson school bus with a standard transmission. That was back when bus drivers had to work for it. Honestly, on the street, I do. I'm one of those guys that everybody just passes on by. I am a slow driver. In fact, my poor old Lincoln out there, I got to get it out on the open road because it's been 7 months now since that car's been over 45 miles an hour. Cheryl, great to see you. What's going on? I haven't seen you in a little while. Thanks for coming on in. She's one of our friends from over in the Philippines. I think BareRose run the snap ring plier. No, that wasn't me. And if it was me, I donate it back. I've won a couple of things from the other BRG, Busted Radio Garage, but I always pass it on to somebody else. If I did miss it and I did win it, Busted Radio, if you're still on here, sneak it in with somebody else's. I like to pay it forward to somebody else. But I'll tell you what, if I would have been in the running for that Edelbrock ABS2, I don't think I could have paid that one forward because I'm looking for one. I got to either get one of them or a performer because I got one of each, but I need two for that tunnel ram. So I got to break down and bite the bullet and either buy another ABS2 or another performer. Let's see, get caught back up in the chat here. I get to talking, and if I don't stay right on top of it, the chat and my box here will freeze, and then oh crap, I missed a bunch of you. A diesel has a 70 to 80 degree crank piston dual combustion, yeah. Whereas gasoline is only 20 to 30%. I've argued that point with a few people. And I've argued with the point with a few people about dwell in general. People don't realize that, yeah, that piston does come to a stop twice. Once at the top and once at the bottom while it's changing directions. That's why they call it dwell. It's the amount of time that it dwells, or amount of degrees that it dwells at the top and at the bottom while that crankshaft is coming around the other way. Have you guys seen the Mahindra Roxors? Wow, what a machine. It's built like they used to build them. Remember the World War II Willys Jeep? I'll have to check into that. The Mahindra, huh? Those old early flat fender Jeeps, they were a good little Jeep, good little off-road rig, but the secret to them was to leave them alone. The frames on them are ultra thin. Well, the whole thing, those whole World War II Jeeps, that era, everything on them is super light, and they were made that way so you could stack a C-130 clear full of them. So for easy, quick transport, because that's really what the Jeep was a light recon vehicle. So they had to be light and easy to get in and get out. So you go to putting a V8 on them and doing all kinds of crazy swapping around. Be careful with them frames. They are, like I said, light. Uh-oh. See what happens when I start talking about Jeep? What's going on, 6%? But I have seen those little old flat fender military Jeeps with the old military tires on them in Mohawk, climbing and rock crawling stuff that, yeah, that most people in customs can't do. And those Jeeps that are doing it are bone stock. After using Mahindra tractors, I'd never deal with them. See, I know they did tractors and machinery, but I didn't know they did a little Jeep thing. Oh, I'll be daggum. That sounds good. Chris, what's going on? Great to see you. All the way over there in New York City. Well, diesels are lazy. That's why they have. I have a Massey Ferguson tractor that has a Roxer, has my attention. Even has Dana drivetrain. My little Massey out there has got the Perkins. And that's why I jumped at the opportunity to buy it. Well, I traded my 39 Chevy pickup. It was just a cab. I traded that and $900 for my little Massey. But when I found out it had the little 3-cylinder Perkins diesel on it, oh yeah. I tried doing the work I have to do around here with the little Ford 9N. But the little gassers, you got to wind them up too much. And even in low gear, first gear and low, it's too fast on the RPM. But that little Perkins, oh good Lord. It's only a 3-cylinder. I think it's only rated at like 65 horsepower, but the torque numbers are astronomical. That motorhome that I pulled the motor and transmission out of, it was parked down below. It's got kind of a slanted hill all the way down. Yeah, kind of in the winter. In the winter when I pulled it up out of there, I pulled that thing out of there with that little Massey, with the still in park. The person that was sitting inside of it to guide it as I was pulling it out forgot to take it out of park, and that little low horsepower 3-cylinder Perkins diesel was pulling that motor home, dragging the rear tires. That's how much torque those things have got. Of course, I was in low range, so a lot of torque multiplier there, but that really says something. Old McDonald has a car. What's good? It's good to see you, man. Been a good weekend. My Chandler got into Autorama next weekend. Sweet. Let's see, get caught back up here again. Oh, Lord, I was a ways behind. One of the Killpack twins has the older Roxer that looks just like the Willys. The new ones, they changed the grill design. That's over by you and Kimball, right? Worst is on top of the crap box daily driver working for hours. Go to get out, can't move my legs. I hear you. Like I was telling Busted Radio on his in his when I was in the chat there on his live, he had a big old leg cramp midway through his live. I was like, yeah, I can't stand the taste of bananas, but I go through a bushel of them a week for cramps and Charlie horses. But because boy, if I don't, oh, I spend the whole night walking on Charlie horses. Oh, okay. Makes sense. I think all of them are bishops. It was given to them in the 50s. Like I was saying, like any old of my lives, I got my link posted up there. If anybody wants to click on that, come on in. Come on in. We'll talk about anything or anything. Otherwise, you just see me up here rambling and bambling along. Now, I almost caught all the way up on my comments. Being on vacation, trying to do it on my phone and my stupid fingers that don't like that touchscreen. It's hard for me to do comments on my phone, so I usually sit down in front of the computer here to do them. I'm about caught up on them all. I'm sorry if I've been some of my responses to the comments have been pretty late. Yeah, I've heard that. And I got a magnesium sulfite, I think it is. That's supposed to help with that. But I'm really bad about taking pills, any kind of pill. I just can't. DNR, I'm so damn short. I had to climb up to sit on top of Hills Triumph. Triumph GT6, huh? I had a Triumph Bonneville, 72 Triumph Bonneville, and my senior year, and well, I rode it for quite a while. It was actually my dad's old bike. Other than that, I had a chance to buy a TR4, little Triumph cars, but I never was very partial to the Triumph. I preferred the MG. And the guy wanted to trade me that plus a Fiat Spider, which no, that I think that's what broke the deal when he said he'd throw in that Triumph Spider. But he wanted to trade me that for my 72 Chevy K5 Blazer. And at the time, absolutely not. But I can relate, Sidewinder. I'm not a very big guy either. Good heavens. I 140, 145 is the highest weight I've ever had. Of course, my whole family on my mom's side is pretty much like that. My grandpa's, my uncles, my dad's side, yeah, pretty much the opposite. Glycinate, that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, we've actually got some. It also is supposed to help with AFib, if I remember right. My wife takes it. I don't look at supplements as popping pills, only big pharma. Have you noticed this is one of those random weird statistics that I heard? I think I heard it on Joe Rogan or one of them. Vitamin D cells in the past, what was it, 10 years, have been on a steady incline. And now vitamin D is like almost at the top. It's creeping up to vitamin C in the cells. I got to thinking about it. Well, you get vitamin D from the sun. That just goes to show you where society is gone. All you got to do is step outside, and there you go. You got it. Dane, come on over and help him beep up that 429. Good Lord, I would love to have that 429 in there. Like I told you, when you come over and showed me that, I was like, yeah, you better go get that today. Because if not, you'll tempt me into doing it, especially for the price you got for it. Of course, you're doing something with the whole car. I would have just, quite honestly, I would have pulled the motor and tranny on that car. So it's probably best that you got a hold of it. That's just not a year of T-Bird that I really, really got into. Let's see, get caught back up here. 510, 210. Let's climb under the hood of a modern daily. Oh, Lord. Hey, Brother Hoop, what's going on, brother? Great to see you. I'm a friggin' weevil, short and heavy, but gravity's below the belt. That's a good one, side. Great seeing you tonight, JV. The sun synthesizes vitamin D. Yeah. And you get it from, whole milk and all that. But it just made me get to thinking, it wasn't that much needed in my generation, but I guess that's because we spent a whole lot of time outside. I just like to save as many cars as I can. It is tempting to put the 429 in the 62. Well, you can pull that 390 out of the 62 and put it in the 69, and then take that 429 and drop it in the 62. You already kind of told me your plans with all that, and that would make a pretty good sense. Or if you're nervous about it, you know, one of those 335s that I gave you, that'll fit down in there too. Take that 400 and put in there. Jeff has the most 521 Ford on YouTube. That Rowdy of his, I still want to call it Larry T-Bird because that's originally what he was calling it. But yeah, that is one heck of a good looking car. And he pulled it off because, like I said, that's the years of Thunderbird that I started to shy away from them. Like I've told cousin Mike, actually his 62 was the last year I liked on that. And it took a jump. Of course, the original T-Birds, everybody loves them. But when they went to the 4-seat, the 58, 59, wasn't too hot on those ones. But then when they changed, like cousin Mike 62, that was a good looking car. But 63, they squared off the roof line. The roof line was more flat, and then it dropped down. And it just ruined the look of the car, I think. But 62 still had that nice round shape to the hood, the roof line that just matched the whole rest of the car. Just, yeah, 62 was a good year. And the interior in them is just, yeah, fantastic. It's hard for me to find a flaw in the 62 Thunderbird. The radiator is mounted too low in them. That's that's about it. And they had to use that stupid expansion tank. There, I found a flaw in it. That's it. The radiator's too low. I must have offended JV. I come in, he jumps out. You scared him. Oh, that series that you did with Just Mopar Joe, that was too cool, Big Mike. I'm glad you took it over there to him. After seeing that, yeah, those push rods would have run them. Well, what would have happened is they would have spit those. That eventually would have just spit them right off the rockers, and you would have had troubles. And that's a hard one to diagnose when it's all together. But Joe, he caught that like that. Boy, I'll tell you what, that guy is sharp. And the rockers were too short. They were just barely catching the lip of the valve stem there. Just Mopar Joe. Hey, if you got Mopar questions, good Lord, he's the one to go for. And I'll tell you right now, he is one cool guy. Let's see, make sure I get caught up here again. I'm going to run, gentlemen. Have a great evening and safe, wonderful weekend. Right back at you, Van Life. Thanks for stopping in. It was great having you this week. Old Nick Donald has a car. On Nick's garage, they just pulled a 427 and put a 380 in a galaxy. Really? Ah, somebody's trying to call me. I should look at my phone. Sometimes I forget to for about a week. And good Lord, what a wonderful week it is. 390. 427, huh? That was their hot bird. I wish you strength and a little wonder worker to help you. Let's get Ari on transfer to do the electronics. There you go. One day I should talk Ollie out of California. His 55? Oh, oily. I haven't even seen that 55 or 56. That's a 56, right? Yeah, 56. But it's got a 57 top on it. Ah, I'm gonna step out for a second here. I gotta pee. So I'm just gonna kind of let you all chat amongst yourselves here for just a second. I'm gonna pop right out. I'll be right back. Whew. Sorry about that. Whew, my back teeth were up floating. About 4 or 5 too many of these, I guess. Oh, sorry about that. Anyway, where were we? Oiley's T-Bird is sitting in an airplane hangar in pieces. Yeah, I've heard stories, and old Sam, he really talks about that one hot and heavy. Uh, I think it's a 56, and I've even heard Daryl talking about it. But I do know he's got the portholes. So that would be a 57. Which is what most people do on those, is they get the porthole little side windows on them. Because holy cow, there is a huge blind spot in those little things without that. A lot like those Series 1 Chevys. That's why they put the 5 windows in, because the way that cab rolls around to the door, that is a huge blind spot. You got to kind of actually lean forward to look out in them. Floating teeth ain't comfy. No, it is not. I was kind of hoping somebody would join in there. I was throwing some pretty serious hints out there. Positive he said it's a 55 first year, huh? The one I wish we could have got a hold of was that 55 Continental of Ike's. But yeah, well, it was cheap, but yeah, it was expensive for us. Hey, Sidewinder, what's going on, man?
Hey, Kim. Hey, buddy. I'll tell you what. I was trying to get my damn laptop set up, and I'll tell you what. As soon as I get it set up, that's when you had to go.
It was coming down to the danger zone. I was staring at this water bottle, but it was still full.
Yeah, I know, buddy. I was there. I was there for you. I was trying to help you out. I was literally about 5 seconds too late.
So what
How?
was that Triumph you had?
What was what, sir?
That Triumph you had?
Oh my God! That was a 1972 Triumph. GT6 Mark III. I'm sorry, I put a Mark II, but it was a Mark III. It was a car, a
Yeah.
little 2-door car, 2 liter, 6-cylinder, 2 liter. And if you know what a Triumph Spitfire looks like,
Yeah.
okay, well this was a hardtop hatchback version of it. I bought that when I was in the service out in California. I paid $300 for it. Oh, it was such a nice little car, though. Oh my God. I'll tell you, like I said, I'm not a big person, but literally, when you were sitting in it, I could hang my arm out the door and I could touch the ground. My fingers would touch the ground on it. I mean, it was like riding a skateboard, but my God, that thing was so much fun. I
That's like my MG. Oh,
Yeah,
I love that car.
yep.
It,
I love the MGs too.
it
Never
was the
owned one,
funnest
but I
car to
owned a
drive.
Triumph, you know.
And oddly enough, it's got more leg room than a 76 Thunderbird. Those are the big Thunderbirds
Yeah.
that look like a Lincoln.
Yep. Yeah.
And
No,
that
I
MG
understand
has
that.
more
Yes.
leg room in it,
Yep. I understand that. It's funny.
just like the Triumph.
Some of these big cars, you look at it and you get in there and you're like, what the hell happened? I got my knee is cramping up. I can't. What's going on? You step outside and it's like it's as big as my friggin' porch. I should be able to. You get in and it's like, oh my God. Yeah, I understand that. It's kind of like the big trucks, believe it or not. I'm a truck driver.
Uh-huh.
You get in some of these big trucks, some of the semis,
They're
and it's the
cramped.
same thing. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
cramped. And they have the wraparound dash and everything. I Again, I'm not a big person. I don't know how many times I have hit my friggin' knees. And I'm like, what the fuck? You're 70 feet long. Why am I even touching anything? It's like, holy crap. I'll tell you
They
what,
have a
though,
big
Kim.
70s Lincoln in Pond 1 in Idaho Falls. I wonder what year. 71, possibly a 72. Might want to take a look at that. The early 72 Mark IVs, some of them had dove heads.
Jesus, Kim, I'll tell you what, this is why I love watching you and listening to you. I know you're a Ford guy. I
Actually,
grew
not.
up, well, I know you're a car guy. Okay. I grew up with Fords, and it was just recently, I got into the Dodge and everything. And I did the best I could to learn about it because I hate being ignorant, especially with my own vehicles. It's hard. But just listening to you and a lot of the guys on here, I
Well, a
have
lot of what
learned.
you're hearing from me, I'm just regurgitating all the stuff I learned from my dad.
Well, there you go. My dad, born 1914, he was a jack of all trades, master of none, and he taught me. Well, I'll tell you what, he could tell you how to take apart a Model T and a Model A and put it back together. Because he wasn't really always the straight and narrow, so he did that a few times, especially when they were running um, homemade moonshine and liquor during Prohibition. So yeah, he was very good at that. That did not help me in the 70s and 80s when I was growing up. But
And you got to be careful with some of them little tricks too, like
oh yeah,
using axle grease for a pre-lube on your main bearings. I don't
yeah,
recommend that.
no, no, no. But hey, I'll tell you what, it worked back in the 30s.
Yeah, they had tolerances like this.
Yeah, yep, yep, exactly, exactly. And I mean, everyone
A
was talking
feeler
about.
gauge was your finger. If you could get your finger in there, you were good.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, it was just like, all right, everyone knows the old trick, a matchbook. If
Yeah,
if anyone remembers what a matchbook is, the cover for gapping your points. That was a standard. It wasn't perfect, but you did that, it would get you home.
yeah.
It would get you down the road, and that was part of my point I was getting ready to say is we were talking about the new cars and how the lights will screw up, you can't even
Yep.
shift. And it's just amazing how everything is interconnected. My truck is 32 years old. 32, yep, 32 years old. Had to do the math. Sorry, and it still has the very very early brain box. ODB2 on it, and I'm getting rid of it.
Yep.
I already mentioned that. I want to go back to analog, except for the ignition. I hate fucking points and condensers, and you cannot get anything good anymore for that. So I'm sticking with the electronic ignition, but everything else is going back to analog.
Are
I'm
you
getting
gonna
rid.
go with a GM style, or are you gonna go with the Mopar Spark Box?
Oh no, I got an aftermarket. It's called a Dragonfire,
Uh huh.
and it's set up for Mopar,
Okay.
small block Mopar. So, and it's kind of a the one wire, setup. But yeah, it was aftermarket design. I don't know if it's any good or not, but I'm going to try it. If not, I will do something else. I have a I have an old original Mopar electronic ignition set up from when they first went to electronic ignition. I have
The
one of
orange
those.
box.
Yep, I have one of those just in case this new one doesn't work well. Go with what you know and go with
Yeah.
old school if you can find it. Yeah, I'm still a little bit leery because I'm not sure. This is supposed to be American made, but I don't know where the fuck they got their parts from. It still might be infected with Chinesium. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sure it is. I mean, everything is made either over
Uh,
there or in
mhm.
Mexico.
I'd rather have something from Mexico nowadays. At
Same
least those
here.
people know how to work, and they take a little bit of pride in what the hell they do as
Their
well.
standards are a lot better.
Yeah. Yeah. And
And
then,
they know us. You know, they
yeah.
know what a half inch is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep. Yep.
It's ingrained in our culture, and Mexico's got a huge car culture too, so
Oh, yeah.
they understand it a lot better.
Well,
China, there is no car culture. It's, you know, it's a strict country,
oh, you know what?
so you have that
Mexico, but
huge disconnect.
I will tell you what, Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico loves the old American cars, and they had them because of the embargoes and everything. Nothing came in there. Nothing
Cuba,
went.
yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, Cuba and Puerto Rico both.
Well, Puerto Rico is part of the U.S.
It is, but they still didn't get, a whole lot of stuff. And I know a lot of people from Puerto Rico, but it
Hmm.
was it was about the same culture.
But it's
They
expensive to get stuff over there.
and a lot of times they just couldn't do it. So
Hmm.
they worked with what they had, and they made it last. They made a vehicle. Now, back in the 50s and 60s, we used to make vehicles that were like, okay, it's going to last for 20 years. Okay. Well, they made it last for 40 years. And it's amazing. A
And
lot of the
some of the
stuff
stuff
that,
you see,
yeah, it's amazing. A lot of stuff they made in a garage like I have out in their shed. And
I
they
mean,
just
some
got
of
people
those,
together that said, hey, I need this, I need that. And they made it. Was it up to tolerance and specs? No, but it friggin' worked.
they're running like a Briggs and Stratton single, 8 horsepower water pump engine in a
Yeah,
59 Chevy.
yeah, yeah, but it worked. I mean, and if you ask me, growing up, that's what the American uh, deal was. We make it work. No, give us a bunch of junk, and we'll make something out of it. That was American ingenuity. Well, hey, those people were just as in Jesus as we were. You know, they 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 were awesome. I have a lot of respect for them. It was incredible. Some of the stuff I saw, some of the stories I heard, and I hate to go on like this, but unfortunately, my neighbor next door has been here, bought his house when they first built it in my neighborhood, and he passed away. The neighbors I have now are from Mexico. They came in the right way and everything.
Yeah,
And,
nothing wrong with that at all.
oh, they are awesome people. They are great, and they're just they're hard workers. They love their family. And what really hurt me and my family over here is one of the reasons why they moved into this neighborhood is because where they were living before, he owned a house, but the neighbors didn't like the Mexicans. And he was having a whole lot of problem with this. Like, look, generally speaking, you can generalize everybody and everything, okay? But I take people for who they are,
Exactly.
irregardless, okay? These people are hardworking people, and they are fun, and they're damn good cooks too.
Oh, Lord, yeah.
Oh, no, I'm just my neighbors right here. They are outstanding, and I'll tell you what. I made the comment that I'm a weeble. Yeah, I'm expanding my horizons just because of them. I cannot come, Kim. I can't come home without him going, "Hey, hey, Mark, come here. We're cooking outside again." I'm like, "Dude, it's 20 below zero. We have sleet and rain. Yeah, we're cooking. Try this." I'm like, "No, you can't. No, I can't. No." It's like, "Look, I put on 20 pounds since you moved over here. Please leave me alone." They are great people. They are friggin' awesome. And it
I
is.
don't know what it means in what the translation is, but at the Spud House I worked at, oh, Lord, I worked there for about 4 years, all the way through high school, right after I left high school. But anyway, I was the only white guy back there. holding, oh Lord, throwing 100-pound sacks of taters. Oh God,
Oh,
that job will kill you,
yeah. Oh,
literally.
yeah.
Why my back is all screwed up.
Yeah.
But anyway, they called me the Chinomba, the red grasshopper, I guess what it's called, because I used to wear, because in there you tear your clothes up. So I'd wear
Yep.
all the free clothes I could get, cheap clothes I could do. And usually it was Marlboro sweats
Oh, I got you.
and a Marlboro t-shirt because, you smoke. And back then you send in so many Marlboro tops and you got like a t-shirt or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
I
Tell me
wore
about it.
the heck out of those things. And I was good friends with the cigarette wrap too. So he gave me all kinds of stuff. But anyway, that's what they called me. And I'm still into contact with all of those guys. Great guys.
Oh, yeah. That's awesome, man. That is awesome. Like I said, I don't know exactly where you live either. I mean, as far as what you have for neighbors, but it is
I have one, and
my
he's from
my my
California. Great guy.
yeah, my old neighbors, they were nice people and everything. They didn't bother anyone. They didn't give me any grief or anything like that. And they were pleasant. They were nice. But these guys here, it's so nice. They moved in, they're wide open. And they're like, the cops come around here too much? I mean, how much trouble can we get away with? I'm like, let me explain something to you. Usually if they show up, it's because of me. So you guys are fine. You guys are absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. Because even if somebody calls the cops on you, they're probably going to knock on my door first. Just out of habit.
I used to laugh. I had a good friend from England. His name was Craig. He'd come over and we'd be working on cars. He always had a fascination with station wagons for some reason. But anyway, he'd always bring it over and we'd work on it a little bit, put brakes on it, simple stuff. But yeah, working with a Brit is different. By golly, it's not a bonnet.
A bonnet, a boot. Hey,
And a
what are you talking?
spanner. Hand me a
Yeah,
spanner.
yeah. What are you talking about? A boot? The spanner's in the boot. No, my boots are tied. How the hell do you drop a wrench in your boot? What? I'm
Uh,
lost. Help me.
uh, good old Craig. He was a heck of a guy.
Good Lord. And hey, look, I want to tell everyone too.
And he
Um.
was fighting immigration big time.
Oh, no
He'd been
kidding.
married to an American citizen. They got married over in England, a gal in the Air Force. Of course, the big Air Force base over
Oh, I
there.
got you. Well, that was his mistake. So, I mean, we
And
won't talk about that.
for 20 years, you walk into their house and it's nothing but file cabinets stacked on top of each other. And it's every bill that they have paid together to show documentation of his,
Yeah.
legality. And he's fought it and fought it and fought it and fought it for the long duration to get his citizenship. And it's just a long, drug out process for the poor guy.
Yeah. And that's
I understand they got to be thorough, but good Lord, after that many years and
yeah. And the fact that, it was Great Britain, it was England, whatever. We do have a history with them. Okay. And it's not always been good, but, you know, let's
yeah, I got
stop.
over it.
Yeah. Let's stop. We got over it. Okay. And now we're really good friends. And you know what sucks? Literally, you get somebody from the Middle East that'll go through South America and come up through the border, and boom, uh, they're in. And because of nowadays political correctness bullshit, can't say anything about it. And it's kind of like, no,
Sad.
that's not fair to the guys. Even like my neighbors that went through 7 years of hell, like you're talking about, to
Doing
become
it the right way.
a citizen, an American citizen. I mean, yeah, that's just a kick in the pants.
And me myself, I'm only third generation. My great grandpa, he came from Sweden.
Yeah, let me back up because I'm pretty close to you now. On my father's side, I would be fourth generation. Let me make sure I get that right. Yeah. No, no. My grandfather, my dad's father, came over with my great grandmother from Ireland. Okay, so yeah, that would make my father's father was a young kid, but he was still Irish, born in Ireland. My dad was born here, so that would make me, yeah, like you, third generation. On my mother's side, on the other hand, they literally came over on the Mayflower. Now, there's quite a few generations there. I
Yeah,
think
that's my
maybe,
dad's side.
yeah, maybe
They've been here
two
for
or three more generations because you have to understand, like I said, my dad was born 1914. My mom was not too far behind him. She still swore to the day she died in her 90s that she was still 42 years old, but you know how women are. But I think she was born 1920 or so, somewhere around there. My dad was a bit older than my mom, but yeah, same thing. She her side of the family literally came over on the Mayflower. Oh, Dean Stevenson.
yeah, our friendly Kiwi, one of those
Yeah.
spinner and bonnet guys.
Yep. Hey, if we make fun of you guys, it's all in jest. It's all in fun.
The one that they really got me though on was again that Triumph and that MG. It had Imperial standard on it. And I
Oh,
still got a set of tools for it.
oh yeah, that's yeah.
They're
I
half
understand
inch.
what you're talking about. Yes.
It's not a half inch.
No, not a US standard or American standard. American standard is what it was called. Yeah.
All the
Well,
body bolts on my MG
oof.
were British standard or
Yep.
Imperial standard.
Imperial. Yep.
All the engine and drivetrain was regular standard, American
Yep.
standard.
American. Yep.
Come to
Yep.
find out, because it's a Massey Ferguson 4 cylinder, same one they put in the tractors.
Oh, I
I found
got you.
that out when I needed a distributor, and I was like, "Oh man, it's going to take me forever to get a distributor for this thing." But a guy at Napa Auto Parts said, "Oh no, same as a Massey Ferguson." He found the part number and it had it to me that day.
That was a while ago, wasn't it, Kim? Because the guys behind the counter now, not to pick on them, but I'm gonna pick on them. If they don't see it on the computer on the first three
Yeah,
lines, that first screen, they have no idea what you need or what you're talking about.
I don't know if it's the same where you're at, but here Napa is the last holdout that still has books.
You know what? Yes, it is the same here. And very simple
You
story.
you pay a little more,
Yep.
but you can actually usually get it there.
Yep.
And my dad told me the secret to that. Napa is actually a parts house. All of the others are retailers.
Right.
So they only carry like basic stuff, whereas
Yep.
Napa is more shop oriented.
Right. Yep. And that makes sense too. And the other thing is too, you will find the old farts like us after they're already beat up, wore out, and everything, they'll be working at Napa just to get away from their wives, for 8 hours a day. Because here, look, when I was building my engine, I don't have all the fine tools, for measuring, and you don't need them really for a daily driver. It doesn't have to be that precise. But I went in, I said, oh hell, I was looking for some plasti
Uh-huh.
gauge. Okay. They were asking, what kind of tool is that? What kind of gauge is it? And no,
What's a go in?
yeah, it's not a tool. Okay, yes, it is a tool in a way, but no, it's a piece of friggin' plastic. I went to Napa, and even the guy behind the counter, young kid behind the counter, goes, "Well, what kind of tool is that? Do you need to rent it?" I'm like, "No, I don't
Yeah,
need
I
to
want to
rent it."
rent it.
And I heard from up top this gravelly old voice going, "What color do you want?" I was like, "Oh, thank God,
God.
thank God." Oh my! I said, "Give me two of each." I said, "Give me red, give me green, give me blue, give me two of each, please."
I like the green one. It's easier to see.
Yeah, I didn't care. I was just so happy to find it. I said I might need one of the others later on in life. Who knows? I couldn't believe that. I went to 4 different parts stores looking for it, and they all said the same. What kind of tool is it? Well, we don't have it on the rental. I said, no, I want to.
Yeah, I want to
I,
rent it.
yeah, yeah. Let me rent some plastic gauge. When I'm done, I'll bring it back to you.
Scrape it up and put it
Jesus. Well, hey, look, some of these tools, it would
back.
the plastic gauge after I used it would have been in better shape than some of the tools I've had to rent from them.
Oh Lord.
Oh,
Oh, I remember it was a serpentine belt puller. You know, the big fork and you put it down, or not a serpent clutch fan puller
okay.
tool. I had to rent one of them one time. Good night. That thing was so far stripped it wouldn't have done nothing.
Oh, yeah. Very simple thing, Kim. Um, Harmonic balancer puller. All right, now it's something I should have and I used to, but it grew legs and walked away on me, about 20 years ago. So I'm trying to put this engine together. Not only that, but the engine that's in the truck, I had to redo the gasket around the timing chain cover twice. For a simple fact that the shop that was supposed to do it never did it. They just squirted friggin'
RGB.
silicone in it and then tightened it back up. And yeah, that
Was
lasted
it at
for
least
almost
black?
a year. Yeah. So anyway, I'm sitting there. I'm going, oh my God. So I went to 3 places to borrow one, rent one. They were all stripped. It was all stripped. I'm like, oh, I can't use this. I actually ended up buying another Snap-on set for $300, which it was the same set I bought back in 1984 for $80. So I really shouldn't, 40 years later, I really shouldn't bitch about the price, but I still had sticker shock. But with that being said, I have the whole puller set. It's in a big ass box too, because it came with all the bolts and it came with all the washers and everything. And it's a nice set. And I've used it twice. Yeah, don't tell the wife I said that. It was something I needed.
Speaking of steering wheel pullers, I had to search all over, and luckily Dad had one for a steering wheel puller for these old ones, like that 58 out there,
Yeah.
because they're so narrow on those. All of these new ones are wide, and you can't get them in there.
A lot of the tools I have, um, because besides working on automotive, I do a lot of woodworking. A lot of the nicest tools that I have actually came from my mother's father. He was a cabinet maker, and it's a lot of weird old stuff, and a lot of it's hand tools too. but they do such a nice job that, and it's just kind of it's it, it's hard to you know what I'm talking about with your dad's tools for the automotive. Well, it was same with my grandfather's tools with the woodworking. And yeah, it takes a little bit more effort because they're hand tools, they're not power tools. But God, does it do such a nice job. It's kind of like, ooh, I don't want to use this because it's over 100 years old. I don't want anything to happen. Let me go get a new one. You can buy the same thing, but it's not the same. It's not, no, it is not the same. And it does not work as well. You can even tell just by hefting it, just by feeling it, it doesn't have the same. It's just not as good.
I remember my grandpa had a banding jig. He restored wagons and
Hmm.
built wagons. Uh, he did a couple covered wagons, but mostly buckboards,
Yep.
and he did a couple stagecoaches. But
Okay.
that was his big thing. He was big into restoring wagons. Around here, there's a big culture for that. The Oregon Trail is like really something here.
Oh yeah, no, I understand. I
They
dive
live on it.
dysentery 8 or 10 times back in the 80s playing, you know what I'm saying, playing the game on the
Uh-huh.
computer.
But it's a great big jig that you take your hardwood
Yep.
and then you get it wet and then you steam form it to make wheels.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We had a place, my folks being so old, it was something that needed to be done in their day, growing up, and it kept up right up until the 80s. But I remember back in the 70s, we had some what do you they have a name for them too, people that do that, and I forgot what it's called right now, but they used to make the wagon wheels
Mm-hmm.
and everything. And uh, God, I can't remember what they're called, but yeah, it was incredible because it wasn't like you went to a modern day, factory or anything. It was out in his backyard, out in the back 40, you know, and it was set up, and it was old too. I mean, he start the coal fire. Didn't use wood. Well, he'd start it with wood, but get
Yeah.
the coal fire, get the water heated, and everything back then. It was either pig iron or wrought iron that everything was made out of, and it was just like, this looks a little sketchy. It's not bright and shiny stainless steel thing that you're using. And exactly how old is this? Well, I've had this since my grandfather. So we're talking right around the early 1800s, and the damn thing was still working. It's just amazing.
That's what he did. He actually, my grandpa, great grandpa, yeah, he actually went to school for it in Missouri to learn smithing.
Yep.
Uh, Last I heard, that school is still going, and it's one of the only ones that teaches actual blacksmithing.
That is
That
awesome,
was
man.
way back in the early '60s. He went there for that.
Yep. No, that is awesome though, because you know, look, last what, Wednesday, Thursday, AT&T, their whole network went down,
Yeah,
and there were a lot of people around here that were freaking out. And I'm sitting there going, really? I kind of enjoy the peace and quiet. I kind of like this, and it really doesn't bother me too much. It would irritate me right now because I might not be able to be online and talk to you, but it's not going to stop my life.
life goes on.
Yeah, I'm still going to be able to do what I need to do, feed my family, make work, go out and shoot something if I have to do that, to feed the family or to take care of somebody that's bothering me. But, we won't discuss that. But, it's amazing. Yeah, I did not freak out. It really didn't bother me. I literally, I'm not kidding you. I'm sitting there going, the quietness is nice. You know, I really like that. You know, it.
But that goes, right back to it. That's the reason I put carburetors and distributors on all my cars.
Yeah,
Says the same thing. If anything like that happens, I can still get it going. I can still keep it going down the road. And if I have to, I can store a gallon of gas for, well, this new stuff, maybe 6 months, but
yeah. No, I understand that. I mean, we already had that
unless
discussion.
you save all of your paint cans, all your paint thinner cans and all that, because that seals airtight.
Oh yeah,
Gas will survive a lot longer in those.
yeah.
And nobody will steal it because they think it's turpentine or something.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
Or
actually,
they won't steal it for,
around here they think it's paint. Paint equals work. They're not interested in it.
exactly.
Yeah, I mean I think that's why I still have so much stuff in my shed and it's not stolen because 30 years ago it would have been wiped out clean because people needed this to work. They look at it now and they're like, "No, that's work." And it's old and that's manual labor and no, we're not interested. Nope. Nope. This little laptop, they'd probably take that before they would take one of my $2,000 or $3,000 um saws or snap-on tools that I have because they know they can't sell that shit because nobody wants to friggin' work anymore. So there's no market for it. And actually, they wouldn't even bother with the laptop because it's 7 years old. It's out of date.
And boy, when it comes to older tools, yeah, back on that subject again, I look for old vices and old grinders, old benchtop grinders.
Oh, yeah.
You cannot beat them older ones.
Nope.
And good night. They want a lot of money for the junk now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, you've seen my channel. I do a lot with cast iron too. It's the same thing with the old cast iron pans and everything.
Mm-hmm.
They were much better quality. Don't get me wrong. Lodge is a good pan. It's just that they didn't go that extra step like they used to
The best of what
finish
you
it
can get
off.
now.
But it's still a good pan. And so you have to do it yourself.
I like that video you did showing how just cleaning them up and everything.
Oh, well, thank you, sir. Yep. Yeah, a lot of people. And I actually get a lot of crap from people who are like, well, you don't need to do that. All you have to do is throw some oil in it and cook on it. And it's like, you've never really used an old one, have you? There is a difference. It's like, well, hey, I'll put it to you this way. It's like driving a new manual transmission as opposed to an old one.
Oh
I like
Lord, yeah.
the feel of the gears. I like the fact that I can feel the clutch. I like the fact that if I let the clutch out too much, it's going to stall and hop and bounce. These new cars, the computer takes over the engine, so you
And
can't do that. And
that
down
new Tremec that's computerized manual,
yeah,
I don't have any faith in that.
no, I'm sorry. When it comes to driving and everything, I appreciate the help, but I want to do it myself.
Well, when you got an automatic, when you got something doing something automatic, it's going to do it half-assed.
Yeah.
No matter what you do.
Yep.
You can get it close to doing what you might need it to do, but it's never going to be 100%.
Exactly.
With manual, it's either on or off, and you got control of that.
Yeah, well, up to a point because even my old lady's Mustang trying to downshift on the thing. No, You know the old trick to rev the engine, match the
Oh yeah.
RPMs
Mhm.
and everything. Well, sometimes I didn't want that to happen because I'm trying to lock up the rear wheels by downshifting. I needed to. No, wouldn't do it. RPMs came up, so there was no drifting. You know what I mean? There was no drifting. I'm sitting there going, why the hell are the RPMs coming up when I'm downshifting? I don't mind if you do that while I'm trying to downshift, but then it should shut off. Let the rear end lock up. That's what I'm trying to do. And the car was like, nope, I know better than you. This is safer. I don't want to be safe. I'm trying to be a fucking idiot right now. Please let me be an idiot. And the car was like, nope, not going to let you. It's not safe. I'm like, damn.
That's like all that traction control, lane
Oh,
assist, speed canceling. Oh, and that's all controlled through the windshield. So when you change your windshield, you got to have it paid to have it reprogrammed for your computer. Ugh, an extra damn charge is what it is.
yep.
For a
And
windshield, they've computerized glass.
yeah, tell me about it. God.
Oh Lord!
Oh, yeah. It's ridiculous, Kim.
And
And
a
the
little
thing
heater
is,
strip on the bottom where your windshield wipers sit.
yeah,
Supposedly, so when it's cold, it'll warm it up enough that your windshield wipers won't stick.
right.
What's wrong with going out and scraping your windshield?
Yeah, look.
Ay, oy vey. Put me back in the box. I've said that so many times.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm right there with you, buddy. Jesus, yeah. Hey, give me a second though.
No problem.
In case anyone was wondering, my glass is empty. I'll be right back if you don't mind.
No problem.
All right, thank you, sir.
But I remember Uncle Tony's garage looking for a frost plug. I don't know what tool you're talking about now, any color. I've been thinking about. Oh, you're talking about yeah. Okay. Yeah, what it is, uh, good Lord, now I forgot what is that? Plastic gauge. All it is just, it's a piece of like dental floss looking stuff. It's a wax string. And when you're checking your bearing clearances, like for your main bearings and that, what you do is it's just a piece of, like I said, like looks like dental floss, and you cut them off, yay big, and then you lay it down over your journal, and then you put your bearings on, you put that down, and then you squish it together, you torque it all in, and then you take it all apart, and then you on the back side of the plastic gauge, it's just the paper that it came in. It'll have like little spots, the usually green and white spaces on it,
It'll
and then
have a
you
little
match it
gauge
up,
on it.
and it'll tell you your clearance if you're like 3,000s, 30,000s, whatever. And then you use that to measure your bearing clearances on how much it squishes out. That's what plastic gauge is.
Yep.
I think I got that all in there.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you did good, man. You did good. And again, the question is what tool? It's it's hard to say it's a tool because it's a
Yeah,
one use thing.
yeah. And
Um, and
9 times out of 10, an auto parts store would have gave it to you. It's just
yep,
free. Here, just take here's and they
yep,
just cut it off. Okay, there's like 4 uses, and then
yep.
there you.
And it used to be very common. You walk in there, it would be like asking for, hey, do you have any oil? Yeah, I do. What weight do you want? Okay, it's the same with plastic gauge. The different colors means the different thicknesses of that plastic. It's actually a wax
Yeah.
kind of deal, and it spreads out, and how far it spreads out when you squish it together
And then
tells you the clearance.
the comparison is on the paper that you take it out of, and then you
Yeah,
just kind of match it up. Okay, it's squished out this far, it matches this one. Okay, it's
yeah, and
I got
it gives you the
30,000s, 40,000,
30,000s,
whatever.
2,000s, 3,000s,
Yeah.
and that was the difference in the colors. If you had a big clearance for whatever, you'd use red. Red's a little bit. I think I have this right. I think red's a little bit thicker than green.
I don't know. I always use the green.
Yeah, that's normally for
So
anything
I don't,
automotive. As far as the internals with the bearings inside, green, because green goes from 1,000 up to 5,000s. It'll something like, or maybe 10,000s, and then red goes from like 7,000s up to 10,000s, and then you got the blue, which is even thicker if you need a 15,000s clearance on something. And God help you if you need 15,000s clearance on a bearing.
it's probably a Model T.
Yeah, exactly. A Model T, or believe it or not, it might be an old airplane engine.
Airplanes run on
Yeah,
very,
rotary.
very loose tolerances.
Yeah, an old radial, not rotary, an old radial engine. They were just like an old Harley. Huge tolerance difference. Well, they're air cooled, and they don't want anything clamping up when they get hot. I mean, it's not like you can say, "Oh, there's a nice little cloud. Let me pull over there and fix this." It doesn't work. It does
That's
not work that way.
that's funny you mentioned Harleys. You know, the old saying, Harleys, they don't leak, they just mark their territory.
Hmm.
Well, actually, all those old air cools did that
Yeah,
because they would, when they're cold, they would separate.
right.
And they're made to do that.
Yep.
So when they would heat up, they would come in and seal.
Yep.
If you sealed a Harley, an old Harley, all the way up, it would bust the case.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Well, the tolerances. I mean, if you got it that tight, it would
There we
squeeze
go.
out.
I knew B&R would come to the rescue.
Oh, 1,000s to 3,000s. Thank you, sir. You know, we're trying to. We're old. We're tired. We're trying to pull this out of our asses. Couldn't remember. Thank you, sir. And hell, it's only been 2 years since I built that engine, and Kim is still sitting in my shed.
I
It's
got a
still
couple.
it's still sitting. Well, I really want to put it in my truck, but my truck's my daily driver, and I have nothing else to
That's
drive
some of
at
the
the moment.
biggest advice I've given everybody. If you're doing your daily, make sure you can have it done in a weekend and in a day if you can. Never take your daily out of service.
Yeah. Well,
And
here's
in
the
fact,
problem.
if you're going to hot rod, don't hot rod your daily
Oh yeah.
because you're going to run into stuff that's, if it's all you got, don't do it.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I'm
If
not
you
really.
got a backup easy one, a little Toyota or a Honda, you can
Oh yeah.
buzz around.
Well, I'm really
Go
not.
for it.
Well, you've seen the engine build I did. That purple. I did not really hot rod it per se. I'm just retro fitting it,
Mhm.
retrograde, going from um throttle body, getting rid of all the computer shit, going back to carburetor, and going from a stock 8.1 to 0 fucking compression up to 9.7, increasing the horsepower, but and with the cam in it, it also is going to fall flat on its face at 4,500 RPMs. But from idle to 4,500,
But it's a truck.
it's gonna rip the hat off your head.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's where you
because
want it.
it's a truck, and that's what I want. So
Mhm.
I really didn't hot rod it. I upgraded it, or downgraded, whatever you want to call it, because I went back to carburetor and everything else. But two things. Biggest thing is, yeah, it's still my daily driver. That engine has been in that truck for 32 years. It's going to be a very, very hard, contested divorce getting that thing out. I know things are going to break. I know, a lot of that old shit is going to snap off and they don't make it anymore, or it's going to be hard to get. So I'm thinking I need at least 3 weeks to get this damn thing swapped over. And before I even do that, Kim, I really want to get this engine started and run
That's something I
because,
want to do. My goal is this year is to make a run stand,
yep,
because I've like just like you, I've got a few in the shop like that, and it would be nice to have a way to start it on the stand.
yep,
And then you got it all ready. You got the bug. You got, well, not all the bugs, but you got it.
you got most of it.
Good enough. You can throw it in there and
Yep,
fire it.
yep. And if it don't start up, it's not anything wrong with the engine. There's something wrong with the wiring in the vehicle. It's not getting power where it needs to be. And hey, you have two choices. You can fix it right, or you can hotwire the fucking thing with a bunch of toggle switches.
Or
I've been there before.
worst case scenario, you drop a cam, uh, and it does happen, even
Oh
under
yeah.
the best situations.
Yep.
It's already out. It's already there.
Right.
It's a lot easier to fix it.
Yes,
Hurts
sir.
the
And
wallet.
that's where I lucked out with this engine. It's a roller cam. So minimal chance. Not that it won't happen, but very minimal chance that I'll wipe out a cam or a lifter.
And
And
like BNR is saying right there,
do what, sir?
you're building, and like BNR is saying right there, you're building for torque, and torque is a lot easier on the valve train and everything else.
Yep. Yep. It is. And it's funny because a lot of my friends that were into cars and everything, when I'm building this engine, I'm telling them what I'm getting. They're freaking out, going, "You're doing it wrong. No, you don't want." I'm like, "Look, stop."
Everybody will do that to you.
Yep, you're talking about high RPM, wide open throttle, and high horsepower. I personally don't give a shit if this thing don't make 100 horsepower as long as it makes 500 foot-pounds of torque.
Yep.
That's an exaggeration, but on paper, this thing should make around 325 horse, and it should be hitting just right about 400 pound-feet of torque. That's on paper.
Well, on asphalt, I'm talking road and tar dinosaur juice asphalt.
Yes, sir.
300 horsepower is pretty doggone good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, considering stock,
Mm-hmm.
this smog engine put out stock from the factory, 190 horse.
190. I was gonna say 175.
Yeah, no, well, that's what it was rated for, 190.
Yeah.
And this is an LA, not a Magnum. All right. And the torque on it was just a little bit over 200. The Magnums, same engine, different, a little bit different rotating assembly, but basically different heads. The Magnum was putting out 225 and right around a little bit under 300 pound-feet of torque. So the Magnum engine was a big improvement over the LA, even the LA roller cam. But like I said, on paper, this thing should be compared to what I have in it right now, it should be a friggin' beast.
Oh yeah. From what
Now,
it was original.
in
Yeah.
real life, I don't know what it'll do, but either way, I will have a 0-mile engine as compared to one that has 270,000 miles on it. So it's still going to be a fucking improvement. You know what I mean? And
And I know that you see on my build that 58 with the tunnel ram and everything. I'm actually leaning towards exactly what you're doing there and what BNR saying here.
yep,
I'm capping out at 5,500.
yep,
That top ram is on there to take advantage of the long runner torque.
yes, yep.
I'm not going to spin it hard.
And that's where people get a little bit confused is between horsepower and torque.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The torque is what sets your ass back in the seat.
Yep.
Okay. The horsepower, now, if you're going long distance,
Yeah,
all right,
quarter mile.
the horsepower is nice, but the torque is, depending on the weight of your vehicle, too, the torque is what's going to power
Mm-hmm.
you through the curves or power you straight down the straightaway. And,
Well, Ford
that,
versus Ferrari, that was a key factor in why Ford beat Ferrari
yep,
because that FE had the torque that
yep,
when it came out of the corner or even into the corners, the chicanes and that, and Le Mans,
yep.
he didn't have to downshift. It had
No,
enough torque to pull out of it and maintain. When he slowed down, you didn't have to shift. You watch the movie, they shift like a million times.
oh, yeah, yeah,
Because that's exciting for the
yep,
camera. But they didn't have to. It had enough torque in that FE that it just torqued on through.
yep. And that was the one they put in there. That was the old side oiler, wasn't it?
Yeah, 427.
Yeah. Well, they had 3 427s. They had the, of course, the wedge. That was the early one. They had the side oiler too, and the only way pardon me, the only way they screwed up on the side oiler is
We're
when
way
they,
past the 8-minute mark.
yeah,
You're
well,
fine. And I
what
don't monetize these lives anyway, so
I got you. But when they started using the side oiler in NASCAR, they had the oil pickup and the oil pump on the wrong side of the friggin' engine, so it kept starving.
Ford messed up with the oiling system? No way. No,
Yeah,
no, they
yeah.
couldn't have done that.
Here, I am preaching to the choir. I am talking, not only preaching to the choir, I'm talking to the reverend here, and I am sorry. Didn't mean to. But you do know they did make the 427 overhead cam
Yeah,
engine.
but it's an overhead cam,
Yep,
so therefore they lost torque.
yep.
Ford developed the overhead cam in 1940. It's
Hmm.
what came in the Sherman tank, the Mark II,
Yep.
and that one was beautiful. It was all gear driven. It didn't have the 12 and a half mile long timing
Chain
chain,
on it. Yes. Yep.
and that was an improvement. Is on those first gen overhead overhead cams, they developed a gear drive for it that actually corrected it. I just learned that last week
No
with
shit.
not David Vizard, but Andy Wood of Unity Motorsports. He
Okay.
had
Yeah.
Jeff Gordon's PR guy on there, and he was in there with David Vizard, and they were talking about Smokey and all of that race history, and that came up on there.
Oh,
If you
good
get a
lord.
chance, go back and watch that live that Unity Motorsports did with all of those guys.
You
Freaking
know,
awesome!
yeah, the guys at Unity Motorsports, they're awesome, and
Oh,
they're
Andy's
down to
the
earth.
greatest.
My God, they are so down to earth too. I mean,
And I
they're
think he was in the chat earlier.
yeah, they're. Well, I was gonna say, Kim, they're like you and me. They're just
Yeah.
regular guys that they know their shit, unlike me, but they know their shit. And they're professionals, but they're still just down to earth regular people. and I love that.
And classic muscle cars. If you find a vintage Wolverine cam catalog, take a look. They were a division of Crane. I'm gonna go with a Howard with mine. Everybody's got their favorites out there, but I like Howard cams.
I've heard a lot of good things about them. I've never used it. Crane cam, back in the 80s and everything, that was the cam. What do you have in there? I have a Crane cam. Didn't matter, you know, what the hell they put in there, but I have a Crane cam.
I
Ooh,
remember
you're
Clay
big
Smith.
time.
Good Lord, I had that Mr. Horsepower chicken on everything because my dad used a lot of Clay Smith. I think they're the ones that invented the quarter, half, three-quarter race, full race cam.
Oh my God, yeah, yeah. What'd you put in your car?
It's just four
I have a
grinds.
quarter. I have a quarter inch. I have a quarter cam. I have a half cam. It's okay. What really does that friggin' mean? What's your
Exactly.
lift duration?
And people
Everything else.
still use that.
Yeah. Well, I can understand on some of them when they say, you have a, uh, 0.52 lift. What do you have? I have a half-inch cam. Okay, that's generalization. You have a half lift, and what's it going in? You know, do you have a
And then
440? Do
it
you have a
depended on
460? Do you have a 302? Do you have a 307? What's going in there? Because you also have to worry about your kind of clearance here and everything else that goes with it. Did you have to get new push rods? What kind of lifters do you have?
oh Lord,
Yada
no
yada yada,
Ford
and springs.
and a Mopar too. Anything with fixed push rocker arms, yeah. Then you play the shim game.
Oh, same with Ford too. Same with Ford with the
Yep,
with the
yeah.
shaft. Yep. No, the
Oh,
nice
that
thing.
reminds me, there is one more comment I got to do. One guy asked me how I set the lash on that 460.
Okay.
I'm thinking it's a trick question. I think it is because on a 460 they're non-adjustable, so
Right.
it's you torque them down. That's it.
Well, it's like on a
It's there.
Mopar 360. How do you
Yeah,
set the valve lash? You you don't.
you torque the rocker down. There you go. Just
Yeah,
like an
you don't.
FD. Yeah.
Now, if you put a different cam in, you have options. Okay, you can go back to an old 273 and get the adjustable
Yeah.
lifters, or you measure your push rod and get custom push rods for it,
Or the
or
adjustable ones, but I have never trusted an adjustable push rod.
no, no. Well, you don't even have to get the adjustable ones. You just measure what you need and have them made to that length. And of course, over time and when it wears down, no, you can't adjust it. But the other way too is like you were talking about the friggin' shims, which are a pain. A, mm, mm, to get them right. Now, I haven't done it on the Dodge. Thank God I didn't need to. Everything worked out. I put a little bit bigger cam in it, but everything it was still within tolerance because, of course, I'm also running hydraulic
Uh-huh.
roller lifters. So I literally have a lot of leeway with
Yours are
those.
roller lifters?
Yeah, it was stock. It's a stock roller cam engine. It's a 91, and the engine that's in the truck is 92. But yeah, they were stock hydraulic
Yeah.
rollers.
Well,
Um,
Mopar went roller early. I think I think they were the first to go with a roller cam, weren't they? In a
I,
V8.
in a V8, I know that the roller cam for the 318s came out somewhere around 86, 87.
Was it that late? I thought it was like 84, 85.
No, I haven't run into that.
Because
Officially,
Buick
they
had
officially
roller. But they only did it in the V6.
Well, officially the V8s, the 318 and 360, which is all they were really making back then. Officially they say it's 88, but you can get an 86 or an 87 that does have them. So, it's kind of like nowadays looking up the and I know you've run into this. You look up even in the books for parts sometimes, and
Oh
it's kind
yeah,
of like this ain't right because it doesn't match the year engine I have, and I have this part, you know, and that so doing
yeah.
my
I work on
research.
Fords.
Yeah, oh yeah, especially with Jesus Christ, especially with Fords. That's
uh,
oh yeah. Anyway, but yeah, as far
89,
as I know,
302, two different distributors.
yeah,
And a lot of people will tell you, oh, if it's a roller cam, it takes this one. If it's a solid cam, takes this, or a flat tap, takes this one.
yeah,
Nope.
nope,
I
yeah,
got proof.
yeah. So you know exactly what I'm talking about too, and the book will tell you. No, this year. It's like no, that was misprinted somehow. Somebody made it up later, and no, they fucked up. But yeah, it's the same thing. That's why I say I have literally seen the 318 and 87 318 produced in 86 that was a factory roller cam. As far as everything else goes, what they'll tell you is 89 318s were roller cams. All right, 90 was the first year of the 360 going to roller cam. I don't know what to say. All I know though is it's really hard. It took me 2 years to find a friggin' 360 roller cam engine I could get to rebuild for my truck. They are really hard to find. Well, one that was affordable to me, and I had to get it from Wisconsin.
Really?
Yeah, because any of them here in Virginia, one of the race capitals, they love those engines, and everyone grabs them up. Or if they have one, they for a friggin' block, just a straight block, nothing, no heads, no nothing. They wanted $2,000 for the damn thing. I'm
Good
like,
night.
no. I'm like, no. It's a small block Mopar. I don't give a shit if it's factory roller cam. I don't care. It's not worth that. So
Well,
if you watch the full build of my
before the
engine,
LS came in, like I said, that's what we were paying for Vortex out of
yeah,
the junkyard.
yeah.
Now, 300 bucks.
Here's where I got screwed. I found the engine in Wisconsin, $500. Full engine supposed to be running and everything. Cost me $1,000 to have it shipped here, so $1,500 friggin' dollars. It gets here. I'm looking at it. I did a compression check on it, and I could literally hear, even without the gauge, I could hear the air coming up through the intake. I'm like, well, something's not sealing. So I pulled the heads off. I have a video of that. Water got in the damn thing. I had crud that was that thick on the valve seats. So, but anyway, $4,000 later, I have a nice engine. I just have to put it in the fucking truck.
So that's not bad. That
No, it
for what
really
you've
isn't.
done with it, that's not bad. You're still on the bottom side there.
And especially for Dodge. Now, if it
Yeah.
was a Chevy, I could have built 3 of the fuckers for that much money.
Back then, because prices even on them has jumped.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. Unfortunately, I got this damn thing right about when COVID hit, And so I had to wait for parts, wait for parts, wait for parts. And by the time the parts were ready to come in, they were 3 times more expensive. I was actually going to do a 408 stroker on this thing
Uh-huh.
because the crank, the pistons, I had to use my old connecting rods. But the crank and the pistons, and it came with the rings, was only $800 when I first checked it out. When I finally got the engine, it went up to $2,800 for the same parts. I was like, I can't do the stroker. So I just,
$2,800 to do the stroker on that?
yeah, that was for the crank.
Just the crank
Yeah, just the crank and the pistons. They're shorter
and the rods.
pistons
Okay.
and everything. So crank and the pistons.
Full rotating.
Yep. Oh well, not even full rotating. I had to use my own connecting rods.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it
No
didn't come
rods,
with the
just the new
connecting
piston?
rods.
No way.
Yeah, and it was
I can do a 521 big block Ford for that.
yeah.
No way would I touch that.
Tell me about it. Well, it was also internally balanced. It was
Yeah.
forged instead of cast. It was forged internally balanced. Yada yada yada. I was like, no, I would have gone 1,200-1,500 bucks for it, but no, there's no way in hell I was going to go 2,800. I couldn't afford it. So it was the same thing with the pistons too. I was lucky. I got the pistons that I got. They were oh black. Oh my God.
Amen.
Keith Black. Keith Black. Keith Black pistons.
That's
They,
pretty much standard now.
yeah, well they had a sale on them.
Hypertonic.
Yeah, exactly. And they were going for $80 a piston.
Wow.
All right, I got them on sale, 50% off. I got them for $40 a piston. That's still twice as much as what you would pay for a damn small block Chevy piston.
The
So
last
I mean,
time I checked, because I'm planning on doing a 521 build on my 87 big block Ford.
mm-hmm.
Because of what you just said, it converts it to an internal balanced instead of external balanced.
Right.
And on those, you can go to 521 without a machine shop. You don't have to clearance anything. It'll go that big without anything.
Yeah, well, it's the same with that small block 360 going with the 4-inch stroke. Yeah, you don't have to do any. You have to check it, and worst off,
yeah, oh yeah, you always check it.
You take a Dremel and make your clearances. You don't have to take it to a machine shop to do anything. But anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Comes with Keith Black pistons, rods, scat crank, all of that, $1,900, and that's for a big block 521 Ford. Wow, Chrysler's expensive.
Yeah, they are. It pissed me off.
That's almost like playing with Pontiac or Oldsmobile.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing, though. It's not that weird of an engine, like Pontiac or Oldsmobile. All right, a lot of people don't understand this either. You had the Chevy 350. You also had the Pontiac and the Oldsmobile.
The Oldsmobile.
And they're different.
Way different. Mm-hmm.
They're different. They are.
And especially when it comes wallet time.
Yep.
Oh, Lord.
Yep. And, that's a weird thing, too, because people look, well, it's a GM. It's a GM 350. Yeah, but no, there's a difference between the Chevy, the Pontiac, and the Oldsmobile. And they don't want to hear it. They don't want to understand that. And it's kind of like, really? come here for a second. You see these heads right here? That's Chevy. Okay. See that head over there? That's Pontiac. Do you understand the difference now? Which one hurt more? I'm sorry. I got a little bit too wild there, but
One
you
thing about them though is a
understand the problem.
455, even a 500 Cadillac, when you look at you just look at it, you open the hood and look at it, looks like a small block.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Those little bitty valve covers,
Yep.
it's very deceiving. Now 500 Caddy, yeah, that's another fun one to play with.
Well, I mean that it's kind of funny too because just think about the Ford FE 360 390, and then you get to the Ford 460. If you compare the two side by side, looking at them, the 460's kind of a disappointment. It really doesn't look that impressive.
They don't sound as good. I'll
No.
admit it. An
Yeah.
FE just sounds good.
Oh. Yeah, they got that firing order that just.
And the firing order's the same. It's just, I don't know, they just got a different sound.
Yeah.
But pennies for ponies, oh, I'll play with the 460 all day long.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. If you can get into it, because a lot of those things, they were the smog engines, and they just
after
beat.
70, yeah.
Yeah. The pistons were that far away from the damn head instead of right there. I mean, that was the same problem I ran into with this 360. It was almost 50 thousandths
Down in the hole.
down in the hole, and on top of that, it had a dish. It was a dished piston. So we're talking 80 thousandths.
You could bake a Chicago pizza in them pistons.
Oh, yeah. God, hey, I could be working on the carburetor and drop a nut in it or a bolt in it, and it would never hit the top of the friggin' cylinder, the cylinder head. It would get sucked through the valve, yes, but I mean, other than that, if I had welded it to the top of the piston, it wouldn't have caused a problem, and that was my point. That's why I went with the Keith Black pistons, because where the wrist pin goes in too, the piston was set a little bit higher where the wrist pin goes in.
They're more centered.
Yeah, and it gave me.
They are centered.
It gave me the piston. It's almost a zero clearance. It's literally, the piston sits 2 thousandths below the deck. And I mean, that's, for a race engine, that's a big deal. But for your daily driver, what I'm doing,
in a pinch, you want to be able to pull over and put 85 octane in it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Because I don't have the Magnum heads, which are our closed chamber. I still have the big open chamber heads on it. And so, yeah, it gives me a 9.7 static compression, which should still be good for the lower octane. In other words, I can still afford to feed it.
Exactly. Because if you can't afford to feed it, you're never going to drive it, and then you're never going to have any fun with it.
Right. And considering it was 8.1 compression to begin with, I was kind of trying to get right around the 9.1 compression ratio. That's why the best I could do was 9.7. I went a little bit above. I did kind of fix it
plenty good
a little bit, because I'm using a little bit thicker head gasket that compresses to 20 thousandths instead of the other, well, even the metal shim that came from factory, which compresses to 3 thousandths. So there's a big fucking difference right there, and that's why I can you know, go to the gas station and go, yeah, give me the $4 gas instead of the $7 gas.
Is that where it's at? Where you're at now?
Well, no, it's actually right around $3. It goes up, down,
Oh yeah, every day.
but yeah, ba- for average, for the lowest grade, you can figure right around $3 a gallon, which is another bad thing because this old truck with 270,000 miles on, I get 10 miles to a gallon. You know, everyone's saying, "Well, you built this engine, your gas mileage." No, it's not going to go down.
It's actually going to go up
Yeah, for
because you're
two
going to have the
reasons.
power to
Yeah,
hold
I
it.
don't have to put my foot halfway to the
There you
floor
go.
to get going. And
Oh,
even when I did the heads and I ported the heads, I didn't open them up. I just smoothed them out because I'm more interested in flow than volume. I don't need to jam 8 cars into a um, tunnel. What I need to do is have the 2 cars that I want go through the tunnel without stopping. I want the gas, in other words, to come in quick, but I don't need a shitload of it coming in quick. That was the other thing I was trying to explain to my friends that build race engines. High RPM.
the
Well,
more
you
you
got to open
spin them,
it up.
the
You got to
more they'll
open it.
drink.
No, I don't want to open it up. I want some restriction. I want my thumb over the end of the hose, and I want it to go in fast. And I don't want it to empty out the fucking tank while it's going in fast either.
Yeah, building for a driver is totally different than building for racing.
Yep. And especially no, look, even for a truck. All right, this truck does not need to go 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds. It doesn't need to go 180 miles an hour wide open, 6,000 RPMs. What it needs to do is go from stoplight to stoplight, drive on the highway, have 2,000 pounds in the back of it, and go up a 7% grade at the speed limit, not at 35 miles an hour, but at 55 miles an hour.
Holding high gear the whole way.
Yeah, exactly. And, pulling 3,000 RPM max. That's what I'm looking for. Basically, I was trying to build a gasoline powered engine that acts like a fucking diesel.
Diesel.
Yeah. Low RPM, high torque.
And you'll get it. Your combinations, yeah, I'll bet you get it. It's going to take some tinkering, but
Oh, yeah.
you'll
Yeah.
you'll get her in there.
I don't mind tinkering to get it right. That's why, again, I went back to a carburetor and everything else. Two things. One, I can tinker with it. And two, if something happens, I'm not going to be stuck on the side of the road. And this has happened to me with this truck because of three things I couldn't control. The brain box went out. And that would just, oh, that died. That died at midnight on my way home from work. And I don't work in a good part of town. Okay. I was very lucky that I was able to coast down a hill and park it behind a shop that I have known the owners for years and leave it there and get out of there with my friggin' life. Okay. And nobody stole anything. Um, the other time, the fuel pump, the electric fuel pump,
That's
two
so
miles,
common.
2 miles from my house, it went out. And I'm stuck on the side of the road. I can't feed it. I can't pour gas in it. I can't do anything to get it 2 miles home. I replaced that fuel pump. Okay. That fuel pump lasted a year. It went out on me. I put in another fuel pump. It got me from my house to the gas station 3 miles. And that
And
fuel
went out
pump
again.
died. Brand spanking new. I got my money back for that fuel pump, but there was no way in hell I was going to drop the tank again. Oh, it pissed me. Kim, it pissed me off so much, and I freaked my wife out because I was pissed when I got back to the house, and I missed a day's worth of work too. So I lost $300.
You know how many gas baths I've taken? Oh Lord.
Oh well, I got the I
Oh,
I got the truck back, and I was like, "This is bullshit. I'm not dropping it," because I had filled the tank up too. I'm not dropping 30 gallons, a tank holding 30 gallons worth of gas. That's heavy. Six
I was going
gallons.
to ask if you filled it because everybody
Yep.
does that.
Yep. 6 pounds for 6 times 3. Yeah. 180 pounds. No, I'm not sitting there and dropping that shit, and I'm not going to siphon it out. So I got pissed off. I went, I got my,
And it's 300 pounds of liquid weight.
yeah.
You drop it down, and then whoa, you got
Oh, yeah.
300 pounds here, and you got 300 pounds here.
Yeah. I said, screw that. I went out and I got my grinder with a cutoff disc on it. My side grind. I cut a hole in my fucking bed. And you know what? It took me 10 minutes to swap it out.
That's where I do like that square body of mine.
Yeah.
It's got a flatbed on it, so it's wide open. The saddle
Uh,
tank is there. If it was a pickup, yeah, you'd have to do the same thing. But it's just enough that you can lift that whole, fuel pump module and
yep.
everything without, without anything. That is the best thing about that.
Well,
But even like you, I'm swapping it out
yeah. Well, I'll tell you what.
because I don't
That's
use
great.
that truck a lot.
That's great when the truck is empty. But if you've seen my videos and everything, I have a homemade camper, weighs 2,000 pounds, that slides in the back of the truck. And we do a lot of off-road, off-grid camping. Last thing I want is for that motherfucker to go out when I have the camper on there.
Camper in it.
Yeah.
You ain't got your camper jacks there.
No, no, no. I leave the camper jacks at home. And yeah, oh,
I
it
still
would
got a
be
set of them. Man, those things are so freaking handy. The
oh,
old school camper jacks that reach in and they grab the side of the camper and it
yes,
jacks
sir.
it up and you pull the truck out and you can lower it back down.
Yep.
I've used that to lift pickup beds off, all kinds of stuff.
Oh
Those
yeah,
are
well,
great.
the ones I have, are literally rated for 5 tons. And my camper's only 2 ton, so I mean, they're nice. It still scares me though, because when I get it up, my truck is so high, the thing still sits there and goes
You
like this.
you don't do it in the wind.
No, no, hell no. But like we were talking though, that AVS2, that Edelbrock AVS2,
Mhm.
and I know I talked to you about this. The
I love that thing.
the intake for it, where it feeds on mine, I can go either side. There's fittings, so I can fill the bowl. Run the line either from the right side or the left side. And what I'm planning on doing, and I talked to you about this, is I'm planning on um, using a mechanical fuel pump, running it to one side of it, but keeping the electric one, and just having it so I can pick between one or the other. Kind of, I used to work on aircraft, and they have
Your
the same thing.
electric one is too much pressure, though.
Well, that's
If you
I will
can
have,
do it,
yeah, but I
but
will have a flow through fuel pressure regulator. you know.
Yeah, Holly makes them. They're the 3
Right.
nipple ones.
Yep. And
And
it'll be a flow
my
through, so it
motorhome
goes right back to the tank.
does something similar because it's a 48 footer.
Yep.
It's big Class A, and the gas tank's all the way in the back, and it's got a manual pump on the 454 up way up front.
Right.
So it's got an electric pump in it, runs through one of those Holly 3 nipples, and then all that pump, all the electric does is get it to the manual.
Manual. Yep.
But if that manual ever goes out, it'll push through the manual and it'll still keep you running.
Okay.
That's kind of, yeah, I think I left a comment on there about that.
Yep.
And
Yes.
I was
Yes,
going to
you
do
did.
that for long running too as a backup. Problem is though, if the electric one goes out, then you're dead in the water.
I got you. Can you
So
pardon me
it
for a
kind of
second?
not works for what you're talking about because you can't trust an electric one
Yeah.
anymore.
Give me a second,
Sure.
because after sitting here talking to you, third beer, I gotta go.
Now you're
And
floating.
yeah, and and again, I got my ass blown up and killed once, and I only have one kidney, so I
Oh,
gotta go. I'll be right back.
but I was going to run that on the Mercury like that. I was going to run an electric, my Holly electric, my Holly red pump down below and use it as kind of like that, a lift pump up to my manual to drive all the way to Missouri with. Well, I left a spot on the frame rail and I did put that electric pump in the trunk just in case I had problems with the manual. But it's kind of redundant because, yeah, manual ones tend to last quite a while. But I also like doing it that way because it always shoots the fuel up. So it makes them easier to start, even if they've sat there for a while. All you got to do is turn the key on, you hear it go, and then it's ready to go. Bad thing about them, though, you constantly hear them running because they're a rotary style pump. And that's the only kind of electric fuel pump I'll put on is a rotary style. The clicker ones, you know, the click, 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 and then they build up pressure and quit. We have had so much trouble with those. They get any kind of contamination in on, because they're a diaphragm, they get any kind of contamination on that diaphragm when they're activating and clicking, wipes out that diaphragm and leaves you stranded.
Oh, Kim, I apologize for that, but
Oh, no problem.
I had to go, buddy.
And the
Ooh.
only reason I was going to put that red Holly on it is because, well, I have it and I ain't got no place else to put it. So usually I run the Carter rotary style fuel pumps. They work really good too. Or they did back then. I can't. I don't know what they might
Oh
have
yeah.
shipped them off to China too, and now they're they kind of work. I
Well,
don't know.
Kim, you remember the old 6-pack batteries? The what they used to call them, red top,
Uh-huh.
y-
Optimas.
Optima
Mhm.
batteries. I have one in my truck right now. It was in my old Ford. Then it was put in my wife's Mustang. Then it was put in her Mazda. And then when I got this truck, I stole it back, put it in this truck. So it's been through 4 vehicles. The thing is 13 years old. No, I'm sorry. No, it's 15 years old and it's working great. All right. My nephew, Kenny, needed a new battery for his truck. And I was like, yeah, buy one of the Optima red tops. It lasted a friggin' year. You know why? They're
Really?
now made in China.
Oh man.
Yeah, you don't buy the Optimus anymore. Mine's 15 years old and it's on its last legs. It really is. It's getting a little bit tired. And I mean, 15 years for a friggin' battery?
Oh
That's
man.
outstanding. But yeah, and
Well, the
15 years
nice thing
ago.
about them, and especially for us, because we live up in, where it gets cold,
Oh, yeah.
you put them in a new car, or a newer car that's got the computer and everything in it, because
Yep.
those will slowly kill your battery. If you don't start them once a week,
Yep.
yeah, you're pushing it, and they get run down, and then the standard batteries they freeze and they
Yep.
pop, and they're dead. You're
Yep.
you're done. And Optima, those gel batteries, they'll handle it.
Yeah.
They don't freeze.
Well,
So around
yeah.
here, man, boy, we use the
ag-
heck out of them. But I
Again,
haven't bought one in
we're talking old school.
6 years,
Yeah.
7 years.
5 years ago, they sold out. The company sold out, got bought out. They're all made in China and
Ah,
they're not up to standards. Everyone is bitching about them because they literally are not lasting any more than a regular battery, 2, 3 years.
that sucks.
Yeah, it does. Tell me about it because, 15 years ago, I think I paid $200 for this friggin' battery. And that's when you could buy one of the big platinum batteries, die hard platinum
I always had good luck with
for,
Die Hard
yeah, well, for $90.
way back then.
Yep. And,
Back when I bought them at Sears.
oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah. Is Sears still around?
No, I think they're
No.
finally all gone.
Yeah. All right. So much for my Craftsman lifetime warranty then.
Yeah, and if you do take your old Craftsman in, they still do honor the warranty,
Yeah.
but they give you the Chinese one.
Yeah, I'm not getting no.
So
I'm not going in for a trade. No. I have some old Craftsmans from the 50s and 60s.
the old raised panel.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, you can feel the difference just by grabbing them and
Hmm.
holding them. You can feel it. And it's with everything, with the wrenches, with the ratchets, and with the sockets too. And you look at the sockets, they're thicker walled. They
I
really
I
are.
still got a double set of old Craftsman raised panel that I use
Yep.
quite a bit, and I got a set. Well, I got a set of 12-point and a set of 6-point.
Yep.
6 points are kind of a pain in the wrenches.
Oh,
The 6 point are kind of
yep.
a pain in the ass because they go on this way or this way. There's no way.
Yeah. Yeah. There's nothing in between. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I got
Man,
you.
you can put a lot of torque on them.
Yeah. I mean, they're good. They are not the knuckle busters.
They do bite your hand though. That raised panel, that was
Yeah.
my
Yep.
only complaint of Craftsman. You're torquing on it and pulling on it, and when it finally lets loose, that
Yep.
raised panel, it'll get you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 Good. Yeah. No,
Yeah,
it's not
gives
showing
you
it, but yeah.
nice dark spots to talk to
Y-
you. See, you
Yeah.
can talk to your friends. Yep.
Yeah. So, been there, done that, got the
But
award.
I will say though, for cheap Harbor Freight tools, they're long wrenches. I am not afraid whatsoever to double wrench them. I
Right.
will double wrench the heck out of them.
Yep.
But my Craftsmans, even though those ones will handle it, if I break one of those Harbor Freight ones, I don't give two flat F's
Yep.
about it.
Yep.
I'll just take
Yep.
it in and get another one.
Yep. Yep.
So
That's the
I'll
thing.
abuse those ones.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of my tools, like I said, um, not only the woodworking tools. Won't even talk about that because that's a whole different genre, and the quality is just unbelievable. But there are
Get off
Sears,
me.
but you have to pay them to tell the future. Okay. All right. Different Sears. I'm sorry. Maybe it's my accent, but different Sears. But even with the Snap-ons I
No, I
got
hate
back in the
Snap-on.
80s are a whole lot different than what you can get now. And to be honest with you, out of the big three, you had back in the 80s, you had Snap-on, you had Mac, and you had Matco.
Cornwall. Yeah, and Cornwall.
Yeah, in Cornwall. Um, Out of them, honest to God, I used to love Matco so much more. They weren't quite as pretty as a Snap-on, but my God, they ergonomically they felt so much better, and they were a solid tool. I don't
No, my
know.
dad's got a lot of Matco.
Yeah, I don't know about nowadays. Because like we were talking, Craftsman went downhill. Snap-on has gone downhill. I don't know about Mac or Matco. I have no idea. I already spent, literally,
The
um,
problem with tool truck stuff, it's only as good as the driver,
yeah,
and you never have the same driver for life.
mm-mm.
So, I mean, now their official policy is you have to show proof of purchase in order to warranty your tools. Now, some drivers won't do that, and majority of them do require it. So you got to keep receipts on everything you've bought from them.
I never did. Is back in the day, as long as it said Snap-on.
Oh yeah, you could buy one from the pawn shop.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and you could go in and
Probably
go,
why
hey,
they're doing that way now.
it's broke. And one thing I did do back in the 80s, and they had this policy going on, I could have them insured, but I had to put my social, last four of my social on them. All my tools, all my expensive tools that I paid for have the last four of my social on them, and they were registered with Snap-on, Mac, and Matco. All right. Craftsman didn't have that option.
Oh,
But
Craftsman's handyman stuff.
yeah,
That's
but
for the garage guy.
yeah, that's for the shit I do now.
Yeah.
40 years later, I work on my own vehicles or friends, but I don't do it every day. And that was one of the things. I had all my tools. It took me forever, but back when I was in high school and I was buying my tools, and then afterwards, every tool I bought, I had an engraver, and I'd put my social to include every single, even my quarter-inch sockets. Not that you can read it on those, but I did the best I could. And hey, they were all insured. All right,
My
which
dad's got his name engraved like that on all of his.
yeah,
Well,
well,
because back in 82, 81, 82, his shop got broke into and they
yep.
stole all of his tools. That was devastating.
My house
But
burnt.
the shop insurance,
Yeah.
covered it the way that insurance companies do. So, you get about half of what the real value is.
Oh yeah.
It
Yep.
took a long time to recover from that. Even after they caught the people,
Oh, tell me about it.
still didn't get his tools back.
Here, this. Yep. I went through that. My house burnt down. Okay. And I had a bunch of my tools, in the house. And so when I filed the claim and everything, they're like, well, how'd your tools burn? Well, they didn't, but they're gone. Don't know what happened to them. They're fucking had a fight and everything, they're gone. Um, Found out the goddamn fire department That's where they found my tools.
Really?
Yeah, and it was actually the Snap-on driver. He knew me. One of the guys broke a wrench, turned it in. He saw my social on it, and it's registered to me. He's like, "Where'd you get this?" I bought it off a guy. Well, I had already put in a claim that my tools were gone, missing. Yeah, fucking fire department
Good Lord.
stole my damn tools.
Yeah, my dad, he played the tool. And it's what turned me off on big time on the tool trucks. For one, if you break a tool, you got to wait for the tool truck guy to come back around or track him down.
Yep.
And generally, it was all good back then. You can just, okay, and they'd swap it out. But you
Yeah.
got to wait for him to come.
Yep.
As years went on, and there at the end, a lot of it was, okay, we got to send it in to get it repaired and we'll get it back to you.
Yeah.
And you're lucky if they have a loaner tool for you during all of that.
Yep.
And then the other one was their battery powered impacts. Now, I got to say, hands down, a Snap-on battery powered, impact has got the most torque of all of them out there.
Yep.
So much that they're too much.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Because if you don't have that centered, you gotta work that thing with both hands. Because if it wobbles just a little bit,
Oh yeah, you can break a wrist.
That anvil, and then it's worthless.
Yep.
And they'll only warranty it 3 times. Then you got to pay for it.
I will tell you
and
what.
The money that they ask for those things, they should warranty that indefinitely.
Yeah. No shit. I still have it. I bought one in 1982, and it was air powered impact, the highest one that they have. All right, the most powerful one, torque and everything. To this day, it still works great. I've had it since 1982, and it still works. And I still have to be careful. I have to dial it back. It has settings. All right, it's one. They don't make it anymore.
Yeah.
It's on the bottom. You use your thumb. It's not, it's on the back.
Is it yellow?
No, it's actually red. It's Snap-on red. Yep, Snap-on red.
My dad's got a yellow one like that. You adjustable torque.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if you're not careful, it will, even on my truck, heavy duty, big bolts, big luck, it will snap the fuckers off if you don't dial it back to tighten it. It will snap it off. I literally, I've done that before when, you've had lug nuts that are stripped or cross-threaded, and it's kind of like, well, I have to break it. Anyway, well, instead of hitting it with the hammer, I hit it with my torque wrench, with the impact driver. Yeah. Snap it off. Okay, fine. Now we punch it out, put a new one in. Fucking simple. Took a 20-minute job, turned it into a 5-minute job. And that is great when you're doing it on purpose. But after a couple beers and you're not thinking, it's like, snap. Oh, fuck me.
Now we get to start all over.
Son of a bitch. Yeah, now I got to go to the store and get another lug.
But problem is, that's probably around 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah. Or a Sunday or a holiday. Nothing's open. It's kind of, well, fuck it. I got 7 more. We're good. Well, I'm going to put these on by hand. Yeah. Oh, God. But yeah, it is incredible. If that thing does not break something off, it ain't coming off. You're going to need a gas wrench because if it's liquid, it won't stick. You know?
Cousin Mike's got a couple of those Milwaukee M2s. They're not bad at all. The battery lasts longer on them. I'll give them that. Of course, the one that Dad's got though, it's a little old, and it's on its third warranty. So when it breaks again, it's going to be a Milwaukee. Actually, I use the heck out of my Bauer. It's not as much torque by far, but it gets the job done. It does really good. Bauer, that's just Harbor Freight. But I got it on sale at like $75.
Damn, Kim,
And then you got to buy the battery because they sell the tool and then you got to buy the battery.
that's where they get you.
And the secret with those Harbor Freight ones is don't chintz out on the battery. Get their big battery. Those little itty bitty ones, it cuts your torque in half, and you're lucky to get one lug nut off and it's dead. But they're big. I think they make all the way up to like a 4 amp hour, bigger size battery. That one works really well.
Kim, your dad is still alive?
Yeah.
Sir. May I ask, how old is he now?
Let's see. He was born in 50, so that would be 75. Going on 75.
Okay. All right.
Or 74. Math, it's hard.
Yeah. I hear you. I hear you.
I got arrested for playing 21 at jackpot.
I'll tell you what, though, sir. You're fortunate to have your dad still with you and teaching you all this shit, and somebody
you can every day for it.
You can look to and go, "Hey, Dad, I'm friggin' lost here. Help me."
Well, it's because of him that I started this YouTube channel.
That's awesome, man.
And really, I wish he would do one himself, because I'm thinking about it now. You know, my granddaughter can go back and watch this stuff and see what I did.
There you go. You know, one of the reasons why I have one of the reasons why I started my YouTube channel was, well, I've explained it before. One, it was like the stuff I do, I take it for granted. It's the way I grew up, and I had people coming in here going, "How'd you do this?" You know, I was like, well, I had the shit laying around here, so I needed something, and I just made it and did it. Oh, that's awesome. I'm like, what do you mean that's awesome? That's the way of life. So,
and especially the little things, exactly what you said, you take it for granted. People ask me about our rat rods and that, and they'll point out something that, you know, was trivial. It's just kind of second nature. And I got to stop and think and remember back. Oh, how did we do that? If I would have had it on video, for one, I would have edited it, so I would have watched it 500 times.
Yeah. I got you.
It would have burned into my brain somewhere.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? We did the same thing. That's why I started my channel, you know. I don't do everything right. I'm not a master mechanic. I am not a master woodworker. I'm not a craftsman. I do this shit because I'm actually broke and poor, and I can't afford to have somebody else do it for me. I can't afford to pay that, you know, and I can't afford to go out and buy something. So I use what I have, and I do the best I can, and I make do. And you know, it really freaked a lot of people out, and they were asking me. I'm like, well, I take it for granted because this is the way I grew up. If you want something and you can't afford to have somebody do it, you can't afford to buy it, well, you do it yourself and do the best you can. And especially, you know, again, with cars too, if it breaks down, you better learn how to fix it because you depend on it. Okay. And so
And it,
that's
it
why,
translates over to so many other things.
exactly. And the thing is, get off your ass and try it. It might get out of your comfort zone. And that's one of the things, you and I growing up were roughly the same age. And you remember all these shows on TV before the internet where you see people working on cars and building this and building that or fixing this and fixing that. And they're working in like a NASA fucking clean room. And they got loads and loads of space and everything is perfectly clean. And their tools are nice and shiny and everything.
And they
Well,
was always showing you what you had to buy
yep,
to be able to do what you could do and
right. You
how
need,
easy and budget it was.
yep. And you,
But they
you need to,
never told you the budget.
right. But you need this tool to do this, so you have to buy this tool. You and I are sitting out here going, no, a fucking hammer and a screwdriver will do the same thing that tool did, and a pair of vice grips or whatever. So we improvised. I think that was the biggest problem too. A lot of people are sitting here going, well, I don't have the space. I don't have the room. I don't have the right equipment. No, you can still do it. It's a lot harder, but you can still do it if you need to.
And on YouTube, you see that. You
Yep.
see the people actually doing it that way. And for sure, doing this video stuff, this YouTube stuff, you get more attention if you're out in the elements and you're doing it like anybody and everybody else is
Right.
can do it.
You're
If you're doing it
miserable.
in a, like you said, the way we
Yep.
watched it, in a nice clean shop with every tool at your disposal and a
Yep.
credit stack of credit cards that you can just go haywire with,
Yeah.
the views don't go so well.
Yeah. No, it's not reality. I mean,
Hey, 2X, the owner of the Rowdy.
oh, cool. You have a lot of good followers here, Kim.
Oh,
I mean,
they're all friends.
yeah, and
It's
you have a
just
lot of great people, and there's a lot of knowledge here. I'm actually very humbled. The fact I'm sitting here sharing the screen with you.
from
You
across
know,
the country.
yeah. One, that's cool, and two, you're talking to a moron like me that's just trying to get through life. You
Hey,
know,
one and the same.
yeah, and it really is awesome, and there are so many people that follow you and that I get to talk to because of you and everything that just have so much knowledge to share. It really is nice. It's awesome. And you have eh, that's one thing I have to say. With this group that you deal with and I'm a part of, they're right there to help you.
Oh yeah, this community is,
It is
I gotta
awesome.
say, the best.
It is. It is. Because there's a few other things I do. Like I said, I'll put it to you this way: even stupid shit. The cast iron, mm, 80% of them are assholes. They really are. There's only one way to do things, their way. That's the right way. And if you deviate from that, you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah, I'll tell you a
Ye-
tough genre to get into on YouTube here.
Yeah.
Gaming. Holy cow! You want to talk about some woo
Oh, the
vicious people?
yeah, gaming. Yeah. My nephew is in that group. Yes, I understand that. Yeah. Yeah. Now look, I'm I'm from New England originally. Okay, I live in Virginia now, so I'm from New England. I'm also Gen X. I have very tough skin. I can take a lot of guff, a lot of bullshit, and I love sarcasm to a point. But there's when you ask a serious question and you really need help, this group right here, boom, they're right
Oh
there
yeah,
for you. They will help you out. a few of the other groups, not even the gaming group, but like I said, just something stupid like cast
Yeah.
iron. Oh my God, no. They will beat you down and tell you straight up, you're an idiot. You're too stupid. You did it wrong, and I'm not going to help you.
You ruined that
Yeah,
1914 cast iron skillet. How dare you? What?
yeah. It's kind of like, well, one, you're wrong. It was a 2014 skillet that I ruined, and it don't matter because they make thousands of them every fucking month. Back off, leave me alone. But here with this group, I could ask the stupidest frigging question, Kim, and they would have the patience to go, well, not to insult you, but that was not right, and this is what you should do. And my 3-year-old daughter knows how to do this, but I'm here to help you. In other words, they'll put you down, but in a nice way, and still help you out. You know what I mean?
and and you'll get different viewpoints on how to, because there, when it comes to a
Yep.
car, there's 1,001 ways to do it.
Oh
And
yeah,
the only right is the way the
it's the
goal
way that
you're looking to
works.
do with it.
Yeah,
Like you're saying, you're building a 318 for torque.
yeah,
That's something. It's not exactly out of the box, but generally speaking, everybody wants racing.
right.
Everybody wants
Yep,
9,000 RPM and 1,500 horsepower out
yep,
of it. You know, so when you ask a question like that, you'll get multiple viewpoints. And with this group, you know, it's pretty much very accepting to that, you
yep.
know.
And once they
Uh,
figure out what you want to do with it, what your goal is, then they come together and go, here we go. And
and
you have
they
this option and this option and this option, which will get you close to exactly what you want. But they give you options and they will tell you it is friggin' awesome, Kim. It
and if
really
they
is.
don't know, they'll send you to somebody that does know,
Exactly.
or bring them into the
Exactly.
chat with you. And
Yeah,
this group is freaking great.
it is. They are awesome. And look, they're letting me, a friggin' moron, sit here like you are and talk with you, and they're still here. How many viewers, pardon me, how many viewers have you lost since I get on here?
I don't know. I don't even look at it.
Well, no, well, that was kind of rhetorical because you haven't lost any because this group is so awesome and they're so accepting. You know, they're uh, you yourself, sir. I can't believe that you still let me come into the chat with you.
Oh, you're welcome anytime.
You know, and I do this all
Anybody
the
is.
time. I come in here and I just ramble on and kind of go off kilter usually and kind of
Well,
take over your live stream, which
if you
I don't
don't, you
mean to
just
do.
hear me ramble about the same stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. And someday I really would like to make my way up to where you live and
Yeah,
meet you
come
in
on over.
person.
Bring a trailer though. I'll send you home with something.
No, my wife would kill me. No, and I don't have room for it. No, sir. That is so friggin' tempting too, but yeah, no. Don't do that to me. Unless you have a motorcycle or something, then I can hide that.
There's a few.
I can hide that.
I'd take you over to cousin Mike's. He's got a few out there. Snow machines, yeah, there are quite a few of them.
Oh, I'm in friggin' Virginia now, not Massachusetts. I don't need a snow machine. I don't need.
Hey, now that is something I've been thinking about though. Yeah, doing a drag snow machine
Oh, you know
for
what?
asphalt, run it on asphalt.
Well, we never did that, but up in Massachusetts, and that was back in the 70s and 80s. We used to have drag races because up there too, drag races were big in New England. Not the circle track, not the dirt track, but drag races. Problem is, 7 months out of the fucking year, there's snow and it's cold. So we got into drag racing the snowmobiles.
Oh yeah, they run good.
Oh my
Oh,
God, they
dead
do.
hook. Holy cow! You got no traction problems with them.
Yeah. And it's unreal how
Well,
fast
well, but
those two,
oh, those
well,
will
back in the
fly.
day, 2-cylinder, and then somebody was putting a 4-cylinder in them, an actual car engine in the damn thing.
Heck, I
And
remember the 440 Polaris. It was
yeah,
4 cylinders, 4 carbs,
yeah,
and that was in the late 80s.
yeah. Well, I'm talking back in the 70s when I was in there, and yeah, putting oh friggin' Honda, or was it Suzuki, when they came out with the actual 4-cylinder, sideway engine, they were throwing them in the damn old skidoos.
The
That was
old
actually
Bombardier.
yes.
I
Oh,
used to work for Fanning Wholesale. It was a sporting goods wholesale place that was at the end of Bombardier Avenue in
yep.
Idle Falls. It was named Bombardier Avenue because the warehouse I worked for used to be the Skidoo factory.
All right. Well, I used to race for Can-Am, and Can-Am had the Bombardier engine
Yeah, that's
in it.
Skidoo. That is Skidoo now.
Yeah.
Skidoo, Sea-Doo, all of that.
Yep. Yep. I was sponsored when I was a youngin. I was sponsored by Can-Am, and I used to race. God, I'm old. Jesus, sucks.
Oh, very slow, Jeff. I was a lazy old grandpa now. I got to get my butt out there and get busy on them. It's nowhere near where it's supposed to be. But hopefully this coming Saturday, I'm going to try to do a live out there, welding in the tranny mount, the cross member. That'll get it one step closer.
Yeah, Kim, how many projects you got going on, buddy?
About 15.
How many are you working on?
That's not an exaggeration either,
No, no, no. I understand this.
but primarily one. The
All right.
white 58.
Okay, and what engine have you decided? Last time I was looking at you, you're trying to decide
It's
between
460.
3 friggin' different engines.
Yeah,
So you're going with
it's
the
good.
what year? What year 460?
It's it's a 71 block, so it's the internal balanced one.
Okay.
I No, this one that I'm going with in it is a 77, but it's a D1 block. It's still a
Okay.
71 block. Came out of that motorhome. I tunnel rammed it with the 2.4s on it, sticking it in that 58 with a 4-speed top loader, manual transmission. And I raised it all the way up to where the valve covers are level with the fenders.
No shit. Okay.
So the carburetors are actually at the roof level,
Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. With that dude.
and set
Yeah.
it way back. That's why I gotta build the uh, tranny mount and all of that, get it all set and locked in.
God. Yeah. See,
Moving it up that far is probably a mistake because I took all of that weight and stuck it above.
yeah, your center of balance there is a little bit higher.
But I
Yeah.
wanted the look that rat pink,
Yeah.
ratty look. Kind of going for the same. Me and Clint at Clint Street Machine kind of got the same vibe going. He's
I
just
got
doing it with a Subaru Brat and a big block Mopar.
Yeah, that what he's doing kind of sounds like the old Matchbox cars, with the
Yeah,
engine in it.
yeah.
Yeah. Yours might be a little bit more equalized, even though it might be high. It just in real life, it you know might be a little bit better off. But that is cool, man. With your fabrication and the stuff you do, I'm just sitting here going, I wish I could do that. I can't. I don't have the skill or talent to, but I love watching
Oh, I owe all
all of
of
you
that to my
guys
dad.
do that.
Every ounce of that I owe to my dad.
Yeah, that is awesome. That is awesome, man. And if you can ever get your dad, I'm sure most of you subscribers here too, people watching, would just like to
Gonna
see him walk in here behind you and say hi to
gonna
everyone.
try to get him on another live. He was on my very first one.
Oh, okay. I
If you
missed
want to go
that.
back and see that, he talks about how more about our monster truck days, but back when we were traveling all over the country with the monster trucks.
Damn, that's awesome, man.
Hopefully, I can get him on here again. Probably not this next week, but maybe week after.
That would be cool. That really would be cool.
It's too cold in my shop for him.
Oh, I understand that. I'm sitting here on my back porch, and there ain't no heat out here, and the temperature's dropping right now. I'm starting to get a little bit uncomfortable. It's getting a little bit cold.
I'm actually scared that it's this warm here in Idaho. Right now it's 41 degrees, and this is yeah,
Yeah,
it's supposed to be like negative 1, 2, 3 by now.
yeah. Oh, I understand. We had a little bit of a heat wave here in Virginia, so I shouldn't be bitching because I woke up this morning, it was 30 degrees, but it went up to 52.
Yeah, we hit 59 today.
Oh,
That is crazy.
yeah. Yeah, you beat Virginia. There's
Yeah.
something wrong. There's something wrong. Personally, I
Well,
think it's just because it got this cold and stayed this cold in Virginia because I pissed God off somehow. And I had plans to do stuff today. And not that 51 is really cold, but it was uncomfortable for me to go out and do the stuff I wanted to. And God was sitting there going, yeah, well, 52, he probably would have done it, but we're going to keep it at 51 just to see what he does. And I looked up and I said, well, Lord, thank you for the nice weather and the warmth, but you couldn't bring it up one more degree? And he goes, no, no. And don't bitch about it because the only reason why you're here is because you make me laugh. Mm.
the only thing that scares me about it is I know March is coming, and every March we get nailed hard with a wet, heavy snow. And
Mm-hmm.
right now, all of my trees are coming to life. And if that hits, oh, it's going to knock trees down, branches down, all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
It did this last year, and my apples only got about that big.
Oh,
Usually they're like, you know,
yep.
handful. It wiped out all the blossoms and yeah. And then it totally destroyed two of my apple trees.
Oh.
And
Oh,
back pasture, that's where I got all my project cars. And there's some 20, 25 foot elms back there that are coming alive. That's kind of got me a little spooked.
yeah. Speaking of apple trees and everything, reminds me when I was a teenager, and I don't know about Idaho, but even this was up in Massachusetts. We had the nice fall apples, the nice tart fall. Love those things.
That's what these are, Honey Crisp.
Yeah, love to get them. And when I moved out when I was 17, we had a nice little apple orchard not too far away from where I was at. And me and two of my friends that was living with me, three of us moved out when we were 17. graduated high school, moved out, and we used to sneak into the apple orchard in the fall and just would bring the old burlap bags, the old potato sacks,
Oh,
and
I
would
know him well.
yeah, and we just fill them full as much as we could. Well, a third time we went over there, we found out what a shotgun full of fucking rock
Oh yeah,
salt would do to your ass.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the three of us, one shot. He got the three of us in
Oh
the
yeah.
backside. Oh my God. We never dropped the apples, though. We kept them and we hauled ass and we spent the next 4 hours. This is embarrassing, but we spent the next 4 hours at the
Picking
house
rock
we were
salt.
living in with a pair of tweezers picking rock salt out of each
Yeah.
other's ass. Yep.
When I was just a kid, oh, probably 8, 7, 8 years old, went garden raiding over to old man Sellers' place,
Oh Jesus. Yep.
and we'd just go over there, pick some carrots, some um, string beans, peas. Oh, peas were just
Oh,
that.
peas. I
That's
love
oh.
peas. I love
But
the
he'd
sweet.
come out of the house and
Oh,
same thing. And he had a good sized fence. I don't know. I was young then, but it was like a 10 foot tall fence, right?
yep.
It was little. And both of us jumped over that, and he shot right between us and caught both of us right in the ass.
Oh yeah. God.
Ah, just right at the top of the fence.
Yeah.
Oh
And with
man,
rock salt, right?
it stings forever.
Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah.
God. Yeah.
Went got back home, but the hard part is you don't want to tell your dad that you was out gardening.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Why can't you sit down right? What's going on? Nothing. I'm all right.
Yep.
I'm all right.
Oh. Oh. Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there, done that.
Yeah. I'd rather get than look.
Me
Later
and
on in
Eric
life, when I was
McCullough.
in the
Yeah,
service, I've actually been shot, you know, and hit with lead bullet, uh,
I'm sorry,
jacketed
man.
bullets. I'd rather be shot again by a real bullet than fucking rock salt.
Takes a week and a half for it to dissolve. I know
Oh,
that.
yeah. Oh,
Oh, good Lord, that stung.
yeah. And
And stings.
even when you pull it out, you don't get it all out. You never do. God, yeah.
That's Gen X for you right there.
Yeah, yeah. Ask a millennial or a Zoomer about this. They have no fucking clue. They have no idea. And you know what? Nobody called the cops on the guy that would shoot you because you were wrong.
I'd have to tell my dad what I'm doing.
Yeah, to begin with. Yeah, yeah, same thing. Oh yeah. Oh Jesus, yeah. Yeah. See, that's where I was lucky. We were living on our own 80 miles away from my folks. And that was one of the first things that went through my head was I'm glad I'm not living at home. You know, because yeah, my mom and my dad, they'd make sure I was okay and the rock salt was out. But then I know for damn sure as soon as the rock salt was out, I'd have to go out and get a switch and my dad would beat me right where I got shot.
Hand you the butcher knife and tell you to
Yeah.
go cut a willow. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh no, I had a pocket knife. Ever since I was 6 years old, I've had a pocket knife. And my dad taught me how to keep the damn thing razor sharp too. So yeah, I could go out and get my own switch. And God help me if I didn't get a good one.
Oh
Because
Lord,
he would hit me with the bad one.
you get one about that big around.
Oh,
Because the first time you get one that's about that big around, and you never do that again.
oh no. See, here's the difference. I would get a big thick one, and my dad would hit me with that and go, nope, it didn't make the sound. Go back and get another one. So I would have to go back and get that little tiny one. Yeah, the one that sounded like the whip because it broke the sound barrier. And he would sit there and go, yeah, this is a good one now. All right, here we go, kid. Now you get the rest of the beating because the first one you got wasn't good enough. Whatoosh. Oh my God.
And then about a month later, go out and do it again.
Yeah. Oh no, I wasn't that stupid. I didn't get caught.
Mine was
Sometimes.
always for coming home late. I was always, that was a, I get busy, lose track of time. And I was always late coming home.
Well,
But
here's
where we lived right on the Snake River back then, in little
yep.
town of Woodville. Boy, I loved that times. Wild rhubarb, asparagus,
Oh,
everything grew along them riverbanks.
believe it or not, even up in
Raspberries.
Massachusetts, we had wild rhubarb. I mean, I had a forest full, and literally was like a little forest of rhubarb. And my mom, I used to go out there. My mom used to make the best friggin' rhubarb pie
Oh yeah.
from that. Oh, and I'm not talking strawberry or blueberry or any. It's straight rhubarb pie. A little tart and everything, but yeah, and we had to get it in the springtime. Oh, and I'm sorry, my mouth is watering right now thinking about it. And God, yeah. And the sad thing is, it was my grandmother and my mom that used to make that rhubarb pie. And since they're both gone, I
Nobody
have
else
no
can do it.
no, no, I don't even know how to do it, and I consider myself a pretty good cook. And no, I don't. And my God, Kim, I just miss it. I miss it so much. That stupid little shit like that.
It's like mincemeat.
Yeah,
If
oh,
you buy store bought mincemeat, it's
yep,
garbage. But my
yep,
uncle used to make real mincemeat with venison.
yep.
Oh my God, that stuff was good. But now, like you said, nobody else in the family can
Oh,
do it. That's
green
one thing I
tomato mincemeat
really miss.
pies. My mom
Oh,
used to make green tomato mincemeat pie. That was another, again, mouth is watering. And that, again, it was a little bit tart. It wasn't really sweet, but God, that was so good. Yeah. I'm sorry, sir. And with that being said, if you'll excuse me again for a second, I'll be right back.
no problem. Yeah, my uncle's, real mincemeat pie. Oh, and everybody I talk to says, "Oh my God, you like mincemeat? That stuff's nasty." And then I try the store bought stuff, and yeah, I agree with them. It's just absolutely nasty. Tastes nothing like it. Those were the good old days, though. Sometime I need to do a video down on our old property in Woodville. It was a lot of fun growing up there. I actually got a lot better when I moved out of there and moved to the town that I pretty much live in now. I was the king of coming home late. Leave on Friday night, get home Monday morning. Yeah. Oh Lord, there was a few of them too. Oh, I would grab a salt shaker and a salt and pepper shaker. Oh, and to this day, my mom collects salt and pepper shakers. I think I ruined her because I always take that, head down to the river bottoms, and yeah, I'd disappear for a long time. And just a blanket, nothing else. There was plenty enough on the river there to eat. Oh, boy, those were the days. And the things we did down there, just absolutely, people that swear up and down you'd die from. I can't believe we drank water straight out of the Snake River and never got sick. Ah,
All right, buddy, I'm back.
there you are.
Yep. Hey, look, I'm sorry, man. I do this to you all the time. You're sitting here,
It's all right.
you start talking about, you know, you have your channel here. You're talking about cars, hot rods, and everything else. I come in here,
Nah, that's what these lives are for.
and we start talking about family, food, and everything else except for cars.
Oh, we throw it in there a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm
Sprinkle
sorry
it
about
around.
that, but I do that every time you let me on. You should have learned by now.
Camper jacks, they're still part of cars, right?
Yeah, but green tomato mincemeat is not.
It can be. I'm gonna figure it out.
But I'm sorry, Kim. When I talk to you, you make me feel very comfortable.
Oh, I appreciate it. You
And
too.
I mean, you are really, and no, I'm not brown nosing. I'm not kissing ass or anything. I'm being truthful. You make me feel very welcome, very comfortable,
Well, and you are.
and I appreciate it, man. And it's just like I said, I would love to get up to Idaho and meet you in person
Yeah, like I
sometime.
said, come on up. We'll go through Yellowstone. It's not very far from my place.
Oh, no kidding.
I've
Yeah, that's something I'd
seen
like to
enough
see
of it.
too. Well, yeah, you
I can
grew up
tell you all
there.
the places.
Yeah, you grew up there. It's like I grew up in Massachusetts. I know a lot of the old um, Revolutionary War sites and a lot of things that are off the regular tour route. You know, where you have to walk through the damn woods, and then
I'd
you
like to
see
see
the
the
yeah,
real New England.
yeah, and yeah. I mean, this is the real stuff. It's not built out for tourists or anything, and some of it's kind of disappointing if you're expecting, to see a recreation of it. What you see is where it was broke down, where age has gotten to it. And you can also still see the cannonballs and where they hit and tore it apart, not just a dent in the stone. It's actually kind of cool. That was kind of the stuff I like.
I remember. Oh Lord. Oh, it was. You remember the group? What was a Slaughter when they come out with the album? Uh, Stick It to You. I don't remember what year that came out. I just remember they were the opening band for Kiss, and there was like four bands. Winger was there. He was one of the opening bands. But anyway, friend of mine uh, just broke up with his girlfriend, and he was going to take her to that, and he didn't. And they called us up and said, "Hey, we got 2 tickets, but we're leaving now." So I flipped over a pizza box, wrote, "Mom, I got the car. I'll be back Monday." And we jumped in that 76 Thunderbird and headed to Utah. Same thing. Oh, yeah. And then caught hell when I got home. Oh, those are wild, crazy years.
Oh
I
God.
remember some parts of it.
Yeah.
The 90s, though, that was kind of a blur.
Yeah. For me, the late '80s and '90s, I was in the military, and so my brother-in-law John just poked his head in and said, "Is that midget porn you're watching?" How tall are you, Kim?
Oh, about 5'10".
About five. Yeah, all right. I'm only 5'8", so hey. No, this is not John. This is not midget porn I'm watching. He's taller than me.
No, I like the NGB. I never did like the midget.
Ah, oh, God. This is what I have to deal with in my daily life. My brother-in-law and my wife. And of
Oh,
course,
my
him being
wife
my
calls it
brother-in-law,
marketing.
they're related. It's his
I'll be in
sister.
here going through Facebook Marketplace car section or whatever, and she's you're in there watching car porn again. Yep. And I got the Summit catalog in the bathroom where it's supposed to be.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Me too. Not only
Speedway.
that, but I also have, believe it or not, I have the Snap-on. Because where I work, even though I'm not in the garage or anything, I'm a truck driver. I'm still good friends with Snap-on guy, so I get the Snap-on catalog, and that's in the bathroom. It is, and I sit there and I look at some of the stuff, and I'm kind of like, oh, that would be nice to have. And I'll tell you what, on the new Snap-on catalogs, they don't have a fucking price.
Oh no, of course
Not
not.
like the old ones. No. So I'm like, hey man, how much is this? 250. Really? Really? It's a $30 fucking tool. Why are you charging $250 for it? I don't want it. I want it, but no. No. I have
Oh,
other
but they got
bills
the
to pay.
easy payment plan.
Oh. No. He knows me enough to know not to go there. Especially don't give it to me until I pay you for it.
Now I get it though. I do get it. If you own your own shop and you're an independent, you you do have to write a lot off on taxes. I get why it's kind of done that way, but
Yep.
for the general guy, it hurts. It hurts
Oh yeah.
bad.
Yep.
And I know because all the way through the 80s, I ate a whole lot of white box, black label with a
Yep.
UPC on it, macaroni and cheese,
Oh yeah. Yep.
hot dogs, because the Snap on truck, the Matco truck,
Oh yeah. Look,
they were eating sirloin.
yeah, I was talking earlier about all the tools and everything I had bought, back in the 80s. I was into them literally for $40,000
Oh, yeah, it's easy to do.
worth of tools. Now, on today's break, because I kept most of them, other than the ones the fucking fire department stole, I kept most of them. Nowadays, and I'm not a mechanic, my tool set and the tools I have is over $250,000 if I had to replace them.
Good Lord, one of those big, full decked out, with all of the separate boxes, Snap on toolboxes. Good Lord. You
Yeah.
check the prices on them, that'll put you. People buy a shop for that price.
Yeah, no
They're
shit.
they're way up there.
Yeah. Tell
And
me
have you
about it.
noticed their new system now? There's every drawer you open it up and it's got every little place. So one ratchet's got its little place, and another
Yep.
ratchet, and all of that. But if you look at it, it takes up a lot of room in your box.
Oh yeah.
So you got a drawer that you got like 6 ratchets in, and that's
Right,
it.
right.
But if
Yep.
you take that out, you can put a whole bunch of them in there.
Yep.
They're smart. They're real smart.
Yeah. Well, and back in the day, matter of fact, I still have about 30, over 30, because I counted them, organizers where you put your sockets on, and they have the place. Even my toolbox right now that I have, I don't have to drill the holes and put the screws into. It's already pre-made. I can just slide the rails in. Same with the wrenches. I have a bunch of organizers, so I can put. What I'm talking about. They go
Yeah,
in sideways and everything. I have that. But if I did that,
I've got the magnetic ones. Yeah,
yeah.
they work
If
great.
but if I did that, instead of just tossing them in there, I'd need another 2 toolboxes. You know what I'm saying? Because
And I
when
get
I
it.
organize them, it like you were just saying, it takes up too much space in the drawer.
Mhm. But if you're working on a line, and you're on flat rate,
Right.
You got to be able to open that drawer without looking and just reach your hand and grab it and hit it and go,
Yep.
because time, seconds are money. So
Oh yeah. No, I understand that. I have no problem
I
with it.
I get why it's there, but
Yep. I don't
they
work that
offer it
way.
to the handyman garage worker guy. You don't really need that quite so much.
No, not so much. But it still irritates me because my eyes are gone. I can't see. So I'm sitting there going, is it
Yeah,
what
impact
what
sockets.
what the hell size is this? Oh
Yeah,
fuck. The lighting in here is no good. Let me step outside. Okay, now I can see it. No, that's
I
the
have
wrong
a
one. Let me take
battery powered. My little
yeah.
snap lights are on my box, so I can find what size those impact sockets are. And they're black, they're engraved, and it's
Yeah.
all black. And no matter how you hold it in the light, oh, is that a? And now my eyes are so bad, I got to hold it clear out here.
Yeah. See, that's the problem, Kim. My eyes aren't that bad. It's just my arms aren't long enough.
I,
Now, if my
I
arms were about another foot and a half longer, I'd be able to see it.
I broke down and bought my dad for Father's Day a set of impacts that have got the laser engraved, bold. Oh
Yep,
man,
yep,
those things are so nice. You pick it
yep,
up. Oh, okay, it's right there.
yep, yep, yeah.
But
And you
those
know what?
ones that are just etched in there and it's all black. God,
Oh,
good Lord, you can't see.
no. You know the funny thing is, what you're talking about with the etched ones where they're easy to see, doesn't matter. I have those all set up on the rack.
Uh huh.
So all I have to do is count. It's this size, it starts here, boom, boom. So this is
Oh
the one
yeah.
I don't have to look at. The ones I can't fucking see are just in a pile in my drawer. Sitting there going, you know what? Yes. This
Where's
is
that
why
11:30 seconds?
yeah, this is why God keeps me around. Because I'm a friggin' idiot and he's looking at me. He goes, look, the ones you can see, you don't need to see because they're organized. The ones you can't see, you're sitting there digging through, trying to find the right one. And you're going from this light source to that light source to outside to, hey, my grandson is here. What the fuck does this say? Give me the numbers.
Please. What's it say? It says 1 millimeter, 2 millimeter.
Oh, yeah, that's when I go, I'm in the wrong fucking drawer. That shouldn't be here. I want American Standard. I'm looking for a 3/8. Okay. Now, like
I
everyone
had a
else.
guy tell me that one time. I told him, go over there and get, told him where, my sockets were.
Yep.
And he opened it up and he says, what is this? 9 millimeter, 16 millimeter? I said, no, it's a 9/16. What the
Yeah.
hell?
Oh my God. No, I have not run into that yet. I can understand that. Yeah.
At first I was, what? It's an adjustable? No, it's not adjustable.
Uh,
Oh,
that must have been
it's one of those
literally
ones
a
you can't
Zoomer.
laugh at right at first.
Yeah.
Huh? No, you can't be.
God. Oh
Oh,
my.
I'm trying to when he was trying to help me. Oh Lord, well, he was doing something on his truck. Every time he went over, and it was a 70, 74, all standard.
Yeah.
Every time I looked at him, he had a metric wrench in his hand. He had no concept of standard.
Yeah. And he was American, right?
Yeah.
This is not your British friend.
Nope.
No.
Nope. That was,
Jeez.
and a bona fide redneck at that.
Ah,
Yeah. Just newer, he was, I
mm,
think he was about 21, 20,
mm,
21, right around there.
mm.
Blew me
I,
away.
yeah. Again, Kim, this is why I started my YouTube channel for people like that. Try to help them out. With that being said, actually, if you watch my YouTube videos, you're probably going to learn a whole lot more about what not to do and not how to do it by watching me do something rather than, yeah, that's the way I want to do it. No, you're going to look at me and go, he's a fucking
Oh,
idiot. I will
this
know
might work.
now not to do it that way.
And if it's something I've never seen before, I honestly can't say.
Mm.
Like Big Mike's Hoopty Barn using a carriage bolt for a slip joint in a drive line. I can say that'll never work, but I've never seen it done before, so I can't really say for sure.
Mm. Well, here, did it work?
Yeah, for a little while,
I'll be damned.
and then it didn't work.
Well, you know what? If you're on the side of the road and that's what you got, or you're stuck I go up to visit you in Idaho with my old truck and I have to get home. If that gets me home, it fucking worked. You know what I'm saying? You need to do what you have to do to get off the side of the road and get where you need to go. Because, like a lot of people here, I don't have the unlimited credit card. I can go, boom, fix it or give me the parts to fix it. I'd
Oh,
be
and
out.
using them in general, boy, oh boy, you got to be careful with that.
Well,
You'll turn a $500 project into a $1,000 project
oh,
in
in
a
a
hurry.
heartbeat. Yes, sir. But, most likely I'd be up at your place. Hey, Kim, I come up to visit you. You know, half of my truck fell apart while I was up here. What do you have in your back 40? Oh, this
Pick
is
a
from a
year, mate.
Studebaker. This is from a Model T. I can put them together and get me home.
I actually have both those sitting out there.
Yeah, I have no doubt.
Got a 51 Studebaker and a frame from a Model T sitting out there.
Hey, with my truck, I could probably take something off that frame to get me home. Even if it's just a friggin' rusty old bolt that happens to fit because it's there.
Heck, if you brought enough money, I'd send you home in a 28 Willys coupe
Yeah, well, here's the
at
problem, Kim.
35 mile an hour all the way home.
I have no money. So, yeah. But, actually, 35 Ford Coupe, how much you want for it so I can save up?
No, it's a 28 Willys.
Oh, that's even
Willys
better.
Whip It.
Oh, my God, yeah.
100% stock. Even the interior is stock in it.
No shit.
It's got the original wood floor, everything.
Kim, if I was you,
Oh,
and I'm not, but I wouldn't
the
get rid of that.
vacuum fuel pump, the old vacuum fuel pump,
Mm-hmm.
is sitting in the back, and it's got an electric, regular electric clicker style fuel pump up front because it's the only one that was low enough on pressure that we could dial down the pressure
Right.
enough on because it only runs on like 2 pounds,
Yeah.
2 to 3
gotcha.
pounds pressure is all. Yeah, that thing, and it's even got a backup starter for you. If your starter goes dead, you don't need it. Comes with a hand crank under the seat.
I get it. It's like one of my old Harleys. I had electric start, but I also had the kicker.
My Triumph was like that. Good night. You had to be careful with that kickstart.
Yeah, I know.
You
I went over the handlebars.
Yeah.
Yep.
I straddled those ape hangers a good time up there at the diner we used to always go to. It almost threw me through the front windows of that diner.
Oh, damn. You know what? And I actually, when I went over the handlebars, I considered myself lucky because nothing broke.
Oh,
It would break your ankle. It would jam your knee.
Dislocate your knee. That's a big.
Oh, yeah. In a heartbeat. Yeah.
Roll it.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Hit it.
Hit it. Well, that's yeah.
Roll it. Roll it.
Yep. Roll it. Turn the ignition off. Roll it. Then turn the ignition on. Hit it. And that's what I did. And that damn thing said, "Ha, fuck you. Have a nice day." Whoom.
Oh, yeah.
I hung on to the handlebars. Literally, my feet and my ass went over my head. And I came down and I landed on my feet, but I'm looking the wrong way. You know what I mean? I was sitting there going, damn. All right, let me try it again. You know, it started on the next kick.
Oh, the fun ones were those earlier Harleys where this side was timing. You twist it to advance or
Yeah, well,
retard the timing. And
that's
this
what I
side
was
was
starting a
throttle.
1954
Yep.
Panhead with the
Yeah.
throttle,
And you get up there and you
with
go
the
to jump and your hand
advance.
automatically, yep. And
Yep,
that sucker will backfire and
yep.
throw you right over. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was it.
You
Yep.
had one of them, huh?
Yeah, well, it wasn't mine, but I was riding it. It was my cousin's, and I had to
Did that
take it
have
home
the
for him.
shifter on the bottom or did it have suicide? 50
No, it wasn't a suicide. It was just a regular uh foot
on the
clutch,
foot?
and the shifter was on the tank. The suicides, all right, there's three differences. All right, with the Harley, the way they were set up, with the clutch on the with your left foot, it it wasn't like a regular clutch where it had a spring. All right, if you put your heel back, no matter what gear you were in neutral, and it didn't pop forward. All right, with the Harley, you had to press forward almost like a gas pedal. You had to press forward on that foot clutch to engage it to make it go forward. That was the standard setup. Then you had the jockey shift, which they would take the shifter off the tank and it would be behind you,
Mm-hmm.
and that was a jockey shift. The suicide clutch is when they had a fucking spring on it where it worked just like a car clutch. You had to push it down, and if you didn't keep pressure on it, it would pop back up and you were in gear.
Is that what it was?
No, this was stock one. So as long as the clutch, you had a rocker. As long as the clutch was back, you were in neutral, no matter what gear you were in. The clutch was disengaged and it would stay there. You didn't have to keep your foot on it, it would stay there. In order to go, once you put it in gear, you just put your foot down and you went forward because it would engage or disengage the
Disengaged
clutch.
it.
All right. And that's what this was. The only problem was with the old 54. If it was in gear and you disengage the clutch, put it in neutral, kind of like putting your foot to the floor, it also disengaged the kicker. So it would just there was nothing there. So you had to
So
be in neutral in order to start it, in order to kick the engine over. And you had to make sure that the clutch was all the way down. But yeah, those that's a lot of people get confused on the difference between a suicide clutch, a jockey shift, and the regular standard clutch.
yeah, I thought suicide was just the shifter on the tank
Yeah,
side of the tank.
that's the biggest thing, but no. Um, the suicide clutch is one you had a spring on it, and just like a car, you had to push the clutch in to get you in neutral. And if you took your foot off, it would pop out. No, the way the Harleys and the old Indians and all those old bikes stock were, it was a rocker. You could set it so you could come to a stoplight or a stop sign with it in gear, and if you pressed on the Harley, if you pressed clutch back with your heel, you weren't going anywhere, and it would just stay there. You could take your foot off and sit there with both feet on the ground, and you're still in gear, but the clutch has disengaged the transmission. In order for it to go, it was almost like stepping on a gas pedal. You had to push it forward. That was the way they were set up. Now, Indian was set up just the opposite. Uh, you push your toe forward to disengage the transmission, but it would stay there too. But in order to go, you had to heel it, push back on it. There was no spring. It didn't do it automatically. You didn't have to hold it. You had to physically push it back to engage the transmission.
That makes sense. So you could clutch it in gear and put
Yep.
both feet down
Yep.
to
And it would stay
stabilize
there.
you.
Yep.
Otherwise, you can only put down one foot.
Right. And that's what the suicide clutch was,
Yeah.
because it had a spring on it, just like a car. So if you took your foot off of it while you're in gear, it's going to go forward.
Then you're out there doing the hop.
Yep. Yep. Exactly. Yep. Yep.
Most embarrassing thing I did on mine, oh Lord, I was following the river on a Memorial Drive right in downtown Idaho Falls. I was only doing about 25, just letting it just slow pop idle all the way on the river road, just kind of idling through. Got my feet up on the highway pegs, just kicked back, just in my own world. Come up to a stoplight there on Broadway, big intersection there. And I was sitting there, and all of a sudden the horizon, it just starts going like this, and
Oh.
What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? I forgot to put my damn feet down. And there's a cop right along here, and there's a cop right here. And they're both just laughing their asses off.
Mm-hmm.
I dumped that damn bike right there because I forgot to put my feet down.
Okay.
One of those times you're just, totally in your own world.
Yep. Yep. I understand that.
What
Sir.
the heck? What's going on? Oh, man. By that time, it's too late.
When I was 17, and now I have some pictures up of it, I had a chopper when I was in high school, an old Harley chopper.
That's what mine was a chopper.
Yep. Nice old bike. I actually won, came in third place World of Wheels.
No,
3
cool.
times in a row with the damn. I couldn't get any higher with it, but it was still kind of cool. But I'm 17 years old. I had this thing in high school. All right, now graduate high school, and I'm hot shit, and living on my own, and we lived by a lake, and there was a biker fest going on, and I'm working at the time, and I rode the bike to work, and I'm coming home. I didn't know that there was a bike fest going on, and I come by the lake. There's a little beach on my left, and we got all these bikes, beautiful bikes, all these bikers, and back in the 80s, they're all sitting there, they're topless. I'm 17. I'm sitting there going, oh my God, boobies, boobies, shitloads of boobies. This is cool. And I'm trying to be cool. And I know I'm riding a nice bike. Like I said, I'd already won World of Wheels twice at that time. Well, came in third place, but so I know my bike is looking, irregardless of what I look like, fucking bike is looking sharp. Okay, and I come up, And because they're walking across the road, I mean, and there's hundreds of people here. There's sand on the goddamn road, and it's right
Oh,
at
Lord.
a corner,
Yeah.
right at a curve. I hit that, my front end slides out. All right, and
Yep.
I'm on a chopper. My front end slides out. I'm like, no, this is bullshit. I'm not gonna let this happen. And again, I used to race. I used to race motocross, enduro, and everything. So I caught the bike. I got it from slipping, but I couldn't help but when I caught it, I opened the
Throttled in.
throttle on it. And so
Ah,
that rear wheel, it's on sand too, it just starts spinning. And I end up walking it around 3 times. I did 3 fucking circles walking this bike around trying to keep it up. And I'm trying to lift the damn thing up. Okay. I'm not a big man. All right. And the bike was kind of heavy when it get down that low. Well, anyway, I went around 3 times. After the third time, that rear wheel got rid of all the sand and it grabbed. Yeah, that thing came right. It hit me in the fucking chin and knocked my ass off the seat onto the P pad. All right, and it's up in the air, and my legs are back here. I have no control over the shifter or over the brake. They're just back here, flopping around. The bike straight up in the fucking air. And I'm like, son of a bitch. Well, I don't have to hold it up anymore. So I let go of the throttle. Yeah, I have a Springer front end on it. It comes down. Kaboom. Hits me again.
ah,
The tank hits me again in the face. But it also knocks me off the P pad onto the seat. And I get my feet up. And I'm like, all right, I'm in control. And all I hear is everyone screaming, hollering, and going, yeah, you look, my face is fucking bloody because the goddamn tank hit it. But yeah, I looked cool. And I'm like, yeah, I did that on purpose. So I'm playing this off. I go up the hill, go over the hill, and the whole side of the road, is covered with bikers walking back and forth. And I got a bunch of bikes going back and forth. I got 3 or 4 behind me right now. I go up the hill, I come over. My house was halfway down the hill, so my driveway is angled like this. I pull into the driveway and I go to put my goddamn kickstand down.
oh no, on the
Yeah,
downside.
yeah.
Oh,
When I did all that, my passenger peg opened up and my jeans caught the passenger peg and I couldn't put my foot down. And so here I am. I did all this shit. I'm getting rave
done already
reviews and
beat
I'm
you up.
waving at everyone going, yeah, this is cool. I can't put my foot down. I fell over with the fucking bike on top of me. I'm not a big man. I couldn't get out from under it. It was laying on top of me. All I could,
Burning you.
no, I turned it off, but I'm just sitting there going, oh God. And the thing is, about 5 of the guys, big biker dudes, they show up. You okay? And I'm like, I'm fine. I'm fine. I said, do you see that rock over there? They said, yeah. I said, could you please put me under it? They just started laughing their asses off. They're like, dude, we've all done stupid shit like that. We've all been. They were really nice. They picked the bike up, picked me up, make sure I was okay. Yeah, they were laughing their asses off, but they really did make me feel good because they're all sitting there going, buddy, we've all been there. We've all done that. We've all shown off, and then the next thing you know, we did something stupid. I'm like, it caught my pant leg, you know.
As the blood's running down your chin.
Yeah, yeah, same here. you know, blood's running down my face and everything. I just like, yeah,
And the
God. Yeah, that's why I
first
say,
time on a dirt
God.
bike, it was a little Yamaha Yamaha 90, little bitty guy. Well, I was just, oh, good Lord, 8, 9 years old,
Yeah.
and up at the sand dunes. Well, on the sand dunes, all the way up to the pumice mines, there's sand trails, and there's patches of lava everywhere out there. But on these trails, that it's all blow sand, and it's really soft. I'm out there on that little, like I said, Yamaha 90, I think it was. I got it wound up tight in first gear, walking it, trying to get it to go, because it's just
Yep.
dry sand.
Yep.
And that thing is just screaming, rooster tail going for miles. And the little lava rock ledge about yay high. I got it up there and I got that front tire over it and I'm walking it up. And in my mind, I know that back tire's coming. Well, it caught lava and that
Oh,
bike
yep.
shot straight out from under me, went all the way up, and I just lost it.
Yep.
Went straight up in the air. And it gave me time to, I was, what the heck? Where's the bike? And it gave me time to do all that and then look around behind me and I seen it, boom, come down and hit. It must have went 30 feet in the air. I don't know how high it went. It just
Yep.
disappeared. And it happened that fast. All
Oh,
of a sudden,
yeah.
just, boom. Oh, what? The bike disappeared. Luckily, it was, like I said, real soft blow sand. So it didn't, when it came down in that and it didn't hurt anything. But good Lord, that was my first dirt bike experience.
You know, my first bike, I was my first motorcycle I owned. I was 8 years old. It was a 1974 Harley Davidson SX 125. It was
Their dirt
actually
bike.
an Italian made bike, but
Yeah.
still, all my friends they were
Had
riding
the top pipe.
Yamahas. Yep, yep. Had the pipe that came out by the seat
Hmm.
because it was a street and trail. It was basically what you would call, well, in the 90s, you'd call an enduro. This was back
Yeah.
in the 70s, so it was on off. I mean, it had the directionals on it. It had all the lights and everything, but the fenders were set up higher, and the pipe came up. And the cool thing was, though, I'm 8 years old. I have a fucking Harley. You know, my friends, they have the little Yamahas and the little Honda CT70s and everything. I got a fucking Harley, which is cool, except for the fact they rode theirs more than I did because I ended up pushing that son of a bitch more than I ever rode it. Jesus Christ. I used to carry 4 extra spark plugs with me because it would always be fouling out the spark plugs and leaving me sitting there going, "Brrrah, blah. Oh, son of a bitch. Blop, 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 blop. I got this. Pull the spark plug out, put another one in, boom, ring. It was 2-stroke. And it, it, it had a oil injector on it. It had a separate tank for the oil, but the damn thing it would never get the mixture right. It would finally, I just let that oil tank run dry and I just pre-mixed it. I pre-mixed the gas and I didn't have much of a problem with it after that. I still kept the extra spark plugs with me because, again, I'm not a big guy. And
That
as an eight
Triumph of
year
mine,
old, I wasn't
the
that big either.
the frame of the bike, the upper frame that come up to the yoke, that was actually your oil tank.
Yep.
And it had an automatic oiler too, but it was for the chain.
Oh, no,
So
this,
it would slowly drip. oil onto your chain as you go.
I gotcha.
So you always had to check the oil on that bike.
Yep. No, this one here, you had uh, uh, an extra oil tank, and like you said, it was in the frame, and you used to fill it with your two-stroke oil, so it'd go through the injector and mix it. it. One of the biggest problems with those bikes, it never did it right.
Sounds like an
Never.
Italian thing.
Yeah, and Jesus Christ, it would foul that plug within an hour of riding it. And if you didn't have another spark plug with you, you were screwed.
That's
You
where you
just,
sat.
yep, you're just pushing it home. And this is okay on a street bike where you have something nice. When you're out in the woods and out in the trails and it dies,
This sucks.
yeah, yep.
Well, I think I'm going to give you the floor here for a minute. It's time
All
for me to
right,
go
sir.
get me a cup of coffee.
All right. Now, unfortunately, I cannot see anything as far as comments go. But go ahead, Kim. We'll wait for you. I'll just keep babbling. All right. And yeah, I can't see anything on the comments where I'm set up. I can't see the comment. I can't see who's here. But anyway, thank you all. Appreciate you. Sitting here listening to me and Kim, BareRose here, babble. And I really do appreciate y'all sticking with us. Um, Again, like I said, I'm sorry I can't see the comments at all. Uh, they're blank, but everyone that's here. I mean, my God, you couldn't ask for a nicer guy than Kim. He puts up with my dumbass shit, and he lets me come in, and that is awesome. I can't say enough about this gentleman. He's just an awesome dude. And so are everyone here, even though I don't know who's here, but just basically everyone here, this whole community is really awesome. It's one of my favorite communities. Well, it is my favorite community to interact with. Everyone here, y'all are just so damn helpful, so forgiving, and so nice. It's awesome. It really is. Um, Again, like I was telling Kim, I belong to a few other groups too, and you really have to watch what you do with them. And if you don't do it their way, you're wrong. Hey, there he is. He's
The
back.
home fire's burning.
Yeah, I was just babbling, sir. I was just babbling. Like I said, I don't even know. Maybe somebody threw up some comment and said, "When's Kim coming back?" Because this guy's an idiot.
Where'd he go? What happened?
Yeah.
You did all right. Dean said he'd go easy on you.
I appreciate that, Dean. Seriously, I do, because I'm just an idiot trying to do the best I can.
I don't know who that Kim guy is, but I'll take your word for it. Remember the old Kawasaki 350 with two plugs? Just grab the wire and switch to the fresh plug.
Yes. Honest to God, yes. I do remember those.
Cousin Mike was just talking about one of them yesterday.
Yep. I do remember those. And that only works, though, again, if there isn't too much friggin' oil. Because that other plug didn't have any spark to it, and it would foul out in a heartbeat if the on the two stroke if the oil mixture wasn't right. I mean, it was a great idea, but it didn't work because the plug was wet and full of oil.
That makes sense to me because if you foul the one that's sparking,
Yep.
seems like you foul the one that's not sparking.
Yeah, even worse. Yep. Yeah, I do. It was a great idea in layman's term theory, but in practice, it didn't always work that well. Now, if you're running hot and you
Yeah.
burnt the electrode, that other plug was fine. You were great until you melted the top of the piston and had a hole in it.
Oh Lord, yeah.
Yeah, then you were screwed. But yeah, I've seen both ways. Yes, because I do remember those. I do remember those bikes with that. Yes, I do.
I went from dirt bikes to a Mazda rotary sandrail, which is pretty much the exact same thing.
Damn. Yeah.
Those Mazda rotaries, that's just like running a two cycle.
Yep.
If you ain't got 9 grand, you ain't got nothing.
Yep.
That was a lot of fun though.
Good
There's
lord.
a town just north of us called St. Anthony, and just to the west of it is the Fremont County sand dunes. And it's just miles and miles of sand dunes. Looks like you're in the Sahara Desert out there. If you go on YouTube here, you'll see some. Uh, it's pretty popular now. Ever since Hot VW went up there in the about the mid '90s and did a big thing on our sand here. Good Lord, it's flooded with people from all over up there now. We quit going up there after it got flooded out like that.
Yeah, I understand that. Again, growing up with the dirt bike and everything, I was very fortunate. My father worked on the railroad, and
Oh, really? My
yep.
stepdad did Union Pacific.
Well, my dad was Penn Central and then Conrail. This is
Oh,
up
cool.
north, and one of the things was they had these little stickers that you had to put on your car or whatever, so that the railroad up there had their own police department, and but as long as you had the sticker, and I had one on the tank of my bike. Not only that, but all the guys knew me anyway, so it wasn't a big deal. But one of the things was, yeah, I used to be able to ride the service roads next to the railroad tracks
Uh huh.
all over Massachusetts, believe it or not. And even when there wasn't a service road, I could ride next to the tracks, and sometimes even in the middle, going across the bridges. I'd sit there, hitting the railroad ties, going across the bridges and everything, and we could go anywhere. And the railroad police, once they saw that, they're like, "All right, where'd you get this? My dad works here. What's his name? Give him the name. They check it out. All right, you're good to go." And they wouldn't bother me, and it was really cool. Matter of fact, one time, um, going from my house to my nephew Kenny's house, I had to cross the road. Well, I knew if I stayed between the tracks, that was federal railroad property.
Yeah, private property.
Yeah, the cops had no
Can't do
jurisdiction.
nothing. Yep.
Yep. And I'm going across there. Fucking town cop comes up. He wants to be a big badass and pick on a 13-year-old kid with the motorcycle. Well, he's giving me a hard time. Railroad police showed up and said, "What the hell are you doing? Was he on the road? No, you don't have jurisdiction here." They got into a big fucking argument. They forgot all about me. So I hauled ass away. But yeah, it just I in Massachusetts, I literally went. It's not a big state, but I following the railroad tracks. There's some beautiful country that the old tracks go through and everything. And I went from one end to the other on my dirt bike as a teenager, And there was I used to actually carry strapped to the back of the bike 2 5-gallon cans full of gas because my tank only held 2 gallons. And I would be out there, me and my nephew too, and a few of my friends would get together. And back then, we'd make a weekend out of it. We would not be home. We'd camp out on our way from one end of Massachusetts to almost New York and then back. And that was a 2-day trip, uh, taking the dirt bikes, one day out camping. And my God, yeah, we'd make our own lean-tos, would be out there in the woods next to tracks, but would make a lean-to. And it was more than once. It was raining, stuff like that. Would have a fire, would cook hot dogs, hamburgers, whatever we had with us, and that was just shit that we did as young kids.
Yeah, we did the same thing, except for it
Yeah.
wasn't the railroad tracks; it was along the river.
Right, right. Well, same, I understand that. Same idea though.
In fact, I got my year-round camping badge in the Boy Scouts. I was more proud of that than my Eagle Scout. I that badge, camping in January and February in
Y-
Idaho,
yeah.
and then we did it as a survival one where you just take a sleeping bag,
Yep.
nothing else. Yeah, that was freaking brutal.
Oh yeah. No doubt. No
Oh
doubt.
man, built the lean-to and everything. But yeah, no, we was all cuddled up around that fire tighter than anything. It was cold.
Oh yeah. Yep. My God, yeah. Yep.
You quit going out to them dunes in the '80s, huh? Yeah. I swear, Kevin, when we meet up, we're gonna know each other. Yeah, it got stupid crazy. In fact, Dad had a Corvair powered rail that was actually a four-seater, and the sheriff that was up there was also the paramedic, everything. The warden, he kind of patrolled the whole place. His name was Gene. Great guy, really cool guy. He run the lodge, if you call it the lodge that was there. But anytime any of these accidents would happen, he'd come over and grab my dad because he had the only rail that was big enough that he could go out there and bring those guys back in, so they could ship them off to Idaho Falls or wherever, or to a place where Lifeline could come in and get them. There were some pretty bad ones out there.
Mm.
The sand out there is no joke, and if you don't know how to read the sand, it will hurt you bad. It'll look like the dune goes for miles, but there's actually 3 dunes in there,
Yep.
and they drop straight off, and there's nothing but lava rock at the bottom, and it's like
Ooh.
my you fly for yards and yards before you hit it. Oh Lord.
Oh Christ.
And then people dropping off of a bowl or
Yep.
off of a dune, and people are running it as a bowl coming around that way. Oh yeah, there were some pretty bad ones out there.
1980. That's when I started racing for Can-Am, and I got to keep the bike. And I was out one weekend, and I was riding with a
Same
bunch of
here.
my friends and one of my nephews, my nephew Tommy, who's actually 3 years older than me. So he was 19 at the time. He had a nice little Kawasaki, but we're riding on an old trail that we used to ride when we were younger, but we hadn't been up there for about 3 or 4 years. And we're hauling ass, and we come up this hill, and I was in lead, and I'm like, there should be more of a path. Something didn't look right, and so I literally hit the brake and dumped the bike and went to the right and came to a skidding halt. My friend Michael, who was behind me, saw me do that he went to left, dumped the bike, and stopped. Well, my nephew Tommy kept going, and the reason why I stopped is because there was construction there. They had dug out about 30 feet down to level out the land, and there was this big sand pile in the middle where they had dug everything out, but it just dropped off. It used to be a nice hill that you kept going over. Well, it just dropped. Well, here comes my nephew Tommy, and I'm trying to tell him to stop and everything. He kept going. He hit that, and my God, he must have got about 100 feet of air. And thank God that they had made this pile, almost like a pyramid of sand and stuff they had dug out, because he hit that with both wheels, collapsed his suspension.
Taste it.
Yeah, and just faced
Oh,
it. And the thing was, he sat back up, he looked to his right, and he fell off the bike and didn't move. The bike was buried. All right, and we're like, all right, he's alive. Well, kinda, because he had hit himself so hard, he had knocked his ass out, and it
uh-huh.
was just reflex that he sat up, turned his head to the right, fell off the bike, and just rolled down to the bottom of the hill. And we're sitting there, we're looking at him, and we're trying to holler at him and everything, see if he's okay, because we have no idea how the fuck we can get to him. It was like he went off a cliff, and we have no way down to get to him. We finally
Oh,
figured out,
Lord.
yeah, it took us about 20 minutes to get around and get down to him. And yeah, he's sitting there and he's like, "What happened?" We told him the whole story, and we said, "We thought you were okay because you sat." He said, "No, I didn't sit up." He said, "As soon as I hit that, everything went black." And he said, "That was it. Everything went black." And God, oh Jesus, it took us 2.5 hours to dig the bike out, make sure it was okay, because every time it was, as we were digging it out, it would fill right back in. We tried putting it to the side. We tried everything we could. It took us a while to get that bike out. Then to get it started again too, because everything was full of sand. But
And sand will get into
oh
anything and everything.
yeah,
And oh, that's the
oh
one thing I didn't like about going to the sand dunes, because you spend the next week picking sand out of places that you didn't know you had.
yeah, yeah, and that was the thing too. It wasn't our fault. We had no business being in there, but because of Tommy, yeah, every one of us and the bike. I mean, we sitting there, and my God, it's like, how the hell did it get to my knees? Inside my pants, inside all my the pads. We were dressed up like football players. MX riders. We had our pads on and everything. It's like, all right, no, I know, I knelt down and everything, but why? Why is it on my thighs going down to my knee? How the fuck did this happen? It was like sandpaper the whole way home. It was a pain in the ass. But
One of the scariest ones is always coming back from the big dunes, and there's kind of a trail, sand road that kind of cuts across the edge of the dunes. It's real close to the main road, and then it brings you over and then drops you in a couple more dunes to the resort, the lodge that's there. But like I said, it's not much of a resort. It's old rundown, and it's just a place with a couple of camp spots is all it is. Or it was back then. It's pretty big now. Anyway, come up on that first dune, and because it's close to the road, you get a lot of people that just come out and walk out there. And it's getting kind of late, just twilight. I come up and I crest that dune and drop down, and there's this guy and this gal on the base of the dune, going for it.
Oh, Jesus.
My front tires, I missed his ass by about like, I don't know. God reached down and pushed my buggy over. I almost planted him into her.
Damn.
Oh Lord! And they was out there just bare ass naked on a on like a blanket quilt thing they had set up
Oh,
on the dune there.
yeah,
I
God.
almost planted him.
Oh, yeah, well,
Oh,
it could have been worse or
scared the
better,
living
depending on
crap.
how you think of it, because I could see her sitting there going, harder, harder, deeper, deeper. Rum! Oh, there you go. You hit the spot.
Oh, I got back to the camp and I was shaking. I was so scared.
You- Yeah, well, yeah, yeah.
And
Uh,
I had paddle tires on too, so paddle
ooh,
tires work great for forward,
yeah,
but to stop, your paddles just kind of
yep,
raise up on the sand, and it's you got skates.
yep. Again, as a kid, even with that my first Harley, that little dirt bike I had, 8, 9 years old, uh, and like Idaho, Massachusetts used to get real cold, and the lakes would freeze.
Hmm.
And my dad, I love my dad to death, but sometimes I think he was just out there, just like God, seeing what kind of stupid shit I could get into, and if he could help, so he could have a good laugh, he would. He took one of my knobby tires. All right, and you have to understand on the old bikes they had inner tubes
Oh
as well.
yeah, I know
Well,
where this is going.
yeah, he put screws,
Bruce,
uh,
yeah,
yeah, so I could ride on the ice and go out there. Oh yeah, and me and
yeah,
my
this
nephew.
is gonna be
Now,
fun.
I would have been fine if I was by myself, but again, I was with my nephew Kenny, who's always been, he's a year older than me, and he's always been a big guy. All right, he outweighed me at that time by about 50 pounds, and he stood about a head taller than me. And he is not graceful, and he is not coordinated, and he has no fucking sense of balance. So anyway, he's on the back of the bike, and
Oh,
we're
gonna go double, huh?
oh yeah, and we're going across the ice, and he starts going like this. Well, he outweighs me, and he has a higher center of gravity than me, so the bike starts going like this. So next thing you know, all three of us, me, him, and the bike, are on our sides on the ice on the lake at about 35 miles an hour, just fucking bumping along, just sliding along. Just it's like son of a bitch, Kenny. All right, we finally stop. Pick the bike up. Bike's okay. I'm okay. He's okay. Let's try this again. Get back on the bike. Get up to about 30. He starts doing this. The bike starts doing that. Down we go again. Like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you, Kenny? What the hell is? What are you? I can't help it. What did I do? I don't know. He was like a baby Huey. Do you remember that old cartoon, Baby Huey?
I
The
think
big
so.
stupid duck.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's my nephew Kenny. He's a big stupid duck. Anyway, we did that 3 times until finally I'm like, look, now I'm cold, I'm wet, and I'm pretty sure if nothing's broke, at least it's fairly well fucking bruised. So look, if you can't stay on the back of the bike, I'm leaving your ass here. And yeah, that's exactly what I did.
Just grab a hold. I'll hooky bob all the way home.
Oh no, no,
You
no.
guys do that over there? Hooky bobbing?
Yes, yes, we call it bumper skiing
Yep.
is what we called it. Bumper skiing. Oh my god, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
fun until you hit a dry spot.
Oh, yeah. Till you hit a dry spot or the asshole driving decides to hit the brakes.
Slap.
Yep. I've been on both ends of that too, because I've been the driver as well. And I've seen the dry spot, and I've tried to tell people, hey, before cell phones or anything else, I'm like, drive,
Give the
no,
wave. Let go.
whoop, bap, 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 thud. I've also seen, been driving, going up the road, doing really good. It's all nice and smooth. Here's a fucking cop. I'm like, oh, I gotta stop. Boom, 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 boom.
And then you always got to wait a little bit because you don't know how many went all the way under.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, Lord, it's amazing we survived.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, it was so much more fun. I didn't think so at the time. I really hated driving, being a driver, until a couple of those things happened. I'm sitting there going, you know what? This ain't so bad being the driver.
Warm. There's a heater. I'm not kissing the bumper. Yeah, this ain't bad.
Yep, and all I hear is thuds and screaming, and I don't feel any pain.
Our
Oh
old
shit!
town mayor used to be the one that would drive for us. We'd even tie ropes on it with toboggans and whatever.
Yep.
Skis and an old ski rope or a stick
Yep.
tied to the end of the rope, whatever worked.
Yep.
I love living in a small town.
Oh god. Well, Kim, look, thank you so much for having me on
No
here.
problem, man. You're more than welcome anytime.
I got to get up at 3 in the morning, so I got to
Yeah,
go to bed. And look,
me too.
like I said, I can't see who's still here and or any of the comments, but everyone, thank you for putting up with me. Kim, thank you so much for putting up with me.
No problem, man.
You really made my friggin' day here. I really no, I miss talking to you. I miss doing this, and I appreciate you letting me do it. But
No problem.
y'all have a good night, and I'm out of here as soon as I can figure out how to turn everything off here.
That's always the hard part.
Yeah. But y'all take care, and thank you so much, man. We'll
Come
talk
on
to you
in
later.
anytime, brother.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And with that, we'll wrap her up for the week. As he was saying, I sure appreciate every single one of you for coming in. We got Wendy coming in right at the weeping hour there. Hey,
Hey, I
Wendy,
figured I'd
what's
just
going on?
jump in quick and say hi.
Oh, good. Caught me just as I was ready to shut her down, but oh, you're always
That's
welcome.
fine. At least I get to see you.
That's
And
right.
you get to see me.
How you guys all doing over there?
Pretty good.
You getting good
work-
weather?
Hold on. Well, one minute it's nice, next minute it's cold. Who knows what Mother Nature has up behind me?
Oh, Lord, yeah. This time of year, if it's warm, you get a little nervous because you know that cold is a coming.
One minute
Where's
it's nice.
Don at? You got him hiding in the bed there?
No, he's in bed. He has to work in the morning.
Oh,
He's first shift. I'm second.
I see. Well, I think I'll go ahead and close her up for the night. Yeah, I got to get up early again in the morning too.
I was going to jump in earlier, but garbage goes tomorrow, so I was on the cat litter and putting all
Lord.
the garbage out.
Thank goodness you reminded me. I got to get my garbage can out there too.
My garbage can's right out front of my house. I was just getting the garbage out of like the trash cans in here and putting everything out for the trash man. Plus
and
extra.
Like you said, I got cat litter in there, so I want to get rid of that garbage can. I don't want it out front. It's kind of kind of on the rank side. And I cleaned the fridge from being on vacation for so long. So yeah, there's some stuff in there I don't want sitting around.
Right.
Well, thanks a million for stopping in, Wendy. Make sure you tell Dawn hi for us all. And everybody in the chat, thanks a mil for coming out. Saturday, I'm going to try to do that live, just kind of a pop-up live. I'll be out in the shop, weather permitting. If not, we'll do it all again on Sunday again. Thanks again for everybody, and get out there and get some metal hot.
Okay,
and we'll see
later,
you all next
BareRose.
week.
I
Good
just
seeing you.
jumped in.